I feel like I am missing something. We'll figure it out on the fucking way. Last time on whatever this is, the party arriving back at Paradise Peak, after a number of tragic events, Duradon losing both the Black Blade, and becoming partially dead, partially powerless, just a man, just a commoner. We'll figure it out later. Kipley got depressed, and 4 levels of exhaustion, after being saved in the middle of the ocean. Mammoth just returned home through teleportation, thanks to helping out Mustang with some PvP, or some PvP, dear God, some combat. Hey, I've been looking at MMOs too much recently. Some combat as an old friend in the form of Belle stopped by right after your terrible, no good, absolute horrible day, which you ended up losing, but saved in the end by the fact that you were under guild protection, aka the librarian's protection. And one by one, the entirety of the group was at Paradise Peak in some capacity once more. Not grouped up. Some of you are still MIA, or at least haven't had the chance to see one another. But we picked up on the morning after all of those lovely, not stressful events whatsoever. 2 only stressful events. In a island-wide broadcast, you are unsure if it goes out past that or not. Out of character, I think I told you that it was in every Brotherhood and Paradise Peak allied island and or fleet. But a military broadcast was shown, essentially giving both the party and the people of Paradise Peak some context as to what was going on with the Herald situation, as they have been a problem and been a consistent threat since both the beginning of the campaign, and in the world you had heard about for almost an entire year without the island's government, without the council being able to show any results for it. And they showed results through a pretty terrifying, for the most part, show of power, where they raided 7 different bases. Some of them were fleets, some of them were dwellers, some of them were islands, some of them were floating island. One of them was floating island. But a number of different Herald strongholds were raided, destroyed, Heralds captured, Heralds killed. But more importantly, this was a rescue mission. Because not only had just Rictus been taken, but as you had heard, a number of both artificers, vassals, and a number of civilians as well has been taken by the Heralds for a number of reasons. Some scientific, some experimental, torturing for information, who knows. But this was clear to everyone within the party that this was a warning and a semi-declaration of war against, it's not really a nation, because it's people spread out amongst the world, but a warning saying that anyone who was thinking of allying with the Heralds, as they were becoming a not popular but powerful organization with widespread touches throughout not just Paradise Peak and the islands nearby, but all of the Shrouded Isles. You also saw a number of new and familiar faces. As fighting in these battles, you saw some sponsors, some Vulcans, but also, maybe annoyingly for some, or curious for others, you saw that there was a party formed because of this. But not just a party, a government task force specifically regulated to maintaining the Heralds. And that was the Arcane Aegis. a group of spellcasters, mainly spell blades, directly running not under the council, approved by the council, but not run under them. No. They were underneath the jurisdiction of Lorenzo Rennell, Percy's father. And as you could imagine, there was a number of magical faces that you knew in there, and also some new ones. You saw Don Vakel, you saw Percy, you saw Velvendura, which the name didn't really hit for a lot of you, but for a few, especially Mustang, you recognized, hey, that was the child, that was the name of the child, excuse me, before it became the parasite known as A. So whatever the hell happened there, big question mark, concerns. And overall, the mission was a success. However, there was some losses. There was one major loss, as of note. You got a brief look into the parasite lore of what Calamity and Ada both used to stay alive. Maeve already knew this a long time ago. It was told basically at the start of the campaign, after you found out that Ada was a parasite, was that she feeds off of the people that they kill. And they get all of the remaining years that creature would have lived added to their lifespans. And it allows them to not only survive for essentially forever if they end up killing enough people, but it also mitigates a numerous amount of damage whenever they would be in combat. And that, whether it was known both in character or out of character, makes a lot more sense as to the Calamity battles that you've had in the past, where you guys haven't been really able to hurt her in a way that meant anything significant in the long term. Only person that has, well, was one of the island's most powerful clerical figures, aka Maeve's grandfather. And also now, the other Dambalas, who with a string of various different color dragons, and the summoning of a long since dead avatar of death, managed to potentially kill her. As far as the party knows, and as far as the world thinks, Calamity should be deceased. There was no body nor scrying orb to confirm this. But what there was a crazed Kalan Dambala holding her in place as this black mist of death swept over the island that she was taking residence upon. And also got nuked in the end to destroy the dragon that was summoned to kill her. Now, Jared made a roll for his dad because I like making you guys roll for the NPCs that you create instead of me doing it because it feels like you get to be part of the action. Which sucked because you got 1 under the DC stay alive. It was a plus 16. It was a DC 30 check. You got a 29. It hurts. But because of that, I'm not going to go over the details because the recap is posted in general. But Kalan got what he wanted either way. It was either he survived death and became a legend, or he got to see his daughter again, as he went to hell, going to the subplane of Avernus. We saw it in the solo session that he arrived not just in spirit, but in body as well, as he brought a similar bronze ram with him onto the island, a infernal idol meant to transport body and soul to the afterlife. But we also got to see some island reactions. Mustang and Mammoth got to see the score of people and a mix of concern, joy, supportive cheers, some fleeing into their homes, and the wide variety of different emotions being felt on the island from this reaction. You went out on a mini shopping trip where you messaged Kipley uh, to see if she was okay, which she did tell you where she was, and that she was currently, quote unquote, under house arrest. Uh, and you also messaged Duradon, who I don't believe messaged back.
It was the other way
Other
around.
way around. Okay.
Kipley left me on
As,
red,
as soon as I
and
said it, I was like, no, wait, pause. I think Kipley was depressed and didn't say something. Thank you. Kipley said nothing back. Duradon responded, letting you know that he was okay. Um, he didn't update you on his condition, but just said that since you had been informed uh, by both the messenger from Captain Eingard, who told you of his condition, and Captain Eingard himself, that you would have to wait at least 3 days to see him in person, as some quote unquote injuries required him to be alone during this recovery period. Um, you went out, sent those messages, you went and bought a bouquet of flowers, and all of this was being escorted by guards, which one of them was Stefan, the large, excuse me, Goliath. Almost forgot the fucking species. The large Goliath, who was friends with Maeve at the beginning of the campaign, one of the guards who normally guarded the northern gate of the Dreaming City, was tasked as one of the few that you just picked out of who were there to go on this little Mustang outing. Uh, and overall, you got what you wanted. You learned about some magical items and replacements. You asked Vince for a replacement for the Prime Monica in the meantime, since you didn't have it. And he gave you the only deal he really could, which was if you wanted to borrow the Prince Maker, which is the same gun that Kipley borrowed back when you raided the Heralds way back when, like 8 months ago. It cost you 100 gold a day to hold on to it. As he explained, that is his lifeblood. It is an extremely powerful weapon, but it is also his main source of damage, as he is notably a bard who doesn't have a lot of actual damaging spells. Similar to Mustang. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, pretty damn similar to Mustang. Um, both of you use magical charisma guns, and both of you are bards. Would you look at that? Um, but also, you got to confirm something that was kind of alluded to throughout the campaign, is that Vince gives out his cards not just so that people can annoy him and contact him at random times. Give him the cards so that they can start conversations and he can finish them. Because for one reason or another, Vince has near, if not unlimited, uses of sending, as you can hold conversations with him for an awkward 25-word back and forth. You also got that he was clearly in the middle of some major deal. He loves yapping on the phone. He was in the middle of some major deal when you messaged him, and still made some time to work this out. You didn't end up finding whether or not you wanted to take the gun, uh, but he said message him ahead of time if you would like to, because it is not a case of where you can just show up and say, "Give me this, I need it," because of his line of work. If you show up and take a gangster's gun and then he has to go do something dangerous, well, let's put two and two together. He is not the smartest man in the world, but has common sense there. Meanwhile, Duradon's still held up back at the war room in one of the council's military headquarters, recovering, getting some much needed rest, but also some warnings that, hey, bud, you fucked up. You were essentially told to your face from Captain Eingard, your sponsor, NJ, that you had shared the information with only Captain Eingard about the sponsors and everything that you heard while during the rescue mission of Evelyn Gray, that essentially some of the sponsors were corrupt. They did X, Y, and Z. But more importantly, you mentioned the murder of Maeve Dambala. And you mentioned that it was Belle Estelle that did it, or at least was involved in one way or another. Captain Eingard hit you with the, you cannot tell anyone about this. If you do, you're dead. You cannot accept any visitors because you are dealing with one of the most, if not one of the more powerful people on this entire island, and they will absolutely silence you if they know that you are the one that have this information. Now there are certain networks, luckily, that they have to go through in order to find this out, because you know well and good, while they can't put you at the crime currently, you also committed multiple crimes that day. That once information is spread, it's gonna start putting two and two together pretty quick, because you and Kipley were revealed your identities to Percy and all of the Vulcans in that room on the Flying Dweller. So your life is currently in jeopardy, while also dealing with the fact that, one, you don't have responsibility as your powers are gone. So that was like a slight relief. And then immediately stress came in as you realized you don't have your powers. And you are also someone who holds very valuable information that can be used to dismantle, if not remove, extremely powerful people from their positions. Which, in all fairness, you don't know if that's true for all the sponsors. You know, at least in Carter Binstrom's case, and for Layla Salir's case, it's more going to be like a besmirching campaign, like a slander campaign, more than they get fired for their actions. It'll certainly show most of the island that they're not as great people as they might appear to be. But for sure, Belle Estelle, you know that is an actual threat, and she will get removed from the council if she killed one of the most recent vassals, but also a Damballa, who are not, they're not, again, like, they're more celebrities than they are like people who need protection or anything like that. But one of the granddaughters of the island's source of mythos, yeah, it's a pretty big deal to have that accusation thrown around, and especially if you have proof. But you don't have hard evidence, but you were there in person to hear them not deny it. And some of them they did confirm, so it mix of both. Nevertheless, you were warned that although Captain Eingard delayed it, your memories will be searched in 3 days' time. Standard issue to make sure that everything that you've said so far is the truth, and to also make sure that the encounters that you've had during what would normally be a vassal mission are recorded to make sure that you didn't lie when collecting bounties, is now placed here for questioning as to why you showed up with these injuries, what you were doing while you're supposed to be out on a mission, etc., etc. Oh, and also, potentially joined a crime syndicate. Um, the lovely cleric slash excuse me. The lovely cleric who works in the organization of Ode, the Whispers of the Wind, Robert, uh, ended up being this figurehead that New didn't expect at first. That he offered him a position in the League of the Whispers of the Wind, not without proving himself first, but giving him a chance to do so. As you mentioned, 2 jobs were upcoming, with 2 figures that needed to be silenced, one on the island and one off of it, as he didn't give you a specific location, but mentioned that it would be a traveling mission. Nevertheless, New seemed open to the prospect, as having allies on the island certainly wouldn't hurt. And it didn't really show any full contract being made or full allegiance being sworn, but at least a doorway was left open for him. He was also repeatedly told to change his clothes because he assassin through and through in the middle of the daylight, was caught out multiple times by multiple pairs of guards, or like did anything. We're just like, that's a sketchy ass outfit to be wearing at 6 a.m. in front of a government building which just got attacked. Anyway, uh, he was given some clerical robes to wear in the meantime, and we ended off there as Mustang on his way back to the guild hall. Kipley with some big question marks, Duradon with some big question marks, and the rest of the party either going on shopping or unaccounted for at the moment. So, let me ask this before we go to anyone in particular. As we start off tonight's session, we ended in the middle of the afternoon / evening. I think it was afternoon, excuse me. So if you have any other tasks or anything that you would like to do for the rest of the day, anyone at all, let me know now. Otherwise, we're going to skip to this evening.
Nope.
Going once. Going twice. Mustang, you do anything with that bouquet?
Well, one, we're hiding it. Two, this is kind of something that's just more like off to the side stuff. Is that he's gonna ask around the guild hall where like the best like parks or like the best place to look at a good view around the Paradise Peak. He's gonna start asking people
Sure.
those kind of questions throughout the day just to see where the evidence is pointing to.
You make me instead of making this investigation check, go ahead and just give me a straight charisma check as you try and just politely ask your way through a number of questions with the townsfolk.
Oh, I'm gonna use my inspiration. Oh, not much better. Okay, a 10.
10. Okay. It's not like it was an extravagantly high DC.
I rolled a
It's
2
just-
last time.
That's fair. It is more of the fact that it's hard to find people more than it is that they're outright refusing you information or they're avoiding you because you are, appears to
Very
be a
avoidable.
monster to most people.
Yes,
So it is
understandable.
fair someone avoid you. However, no, it is not that problem that you run into today. It is the fact that you remember halfway through this kind of outing of questions that a military broadcast was had this morning, and a number of people are still processing, recovering, and or celebrating. So you are really only getting a certain portion of the public, and not all of them have the best dialogue trees that you're trying to explore in terms of getting answers for a nice park, or where you might go to celebrate something, or where it might be a nice restaurant or diner, and you're trying to ask around and you're not getting a whole lot of answers. But with at least a 10, you don't get any immediate help from the people. But what they do remind you of is about about 2.5 months ago, if not 3 months ago in total, one of the more beautiful sights that you got to enjoy on Paradise Peak was the Southside Beach, where you were waiting by the ocean side to go on the underwater mission, where you went and found the caves and Sharklandia and all of that lovely stuff. going off of your own intuition, you feel like that would be a good spot after one of the drunken figures that you ask in the street kind of stumble in that direction, and you're like, oh, beach could be a good idea.
Yeah, I built a sandcastle there with Mammoth.
Yeah. Outside of that, it would really be just your best guess. You haven't bet on Paradise Peak for the longest time, so you don't know the most romantic and or beautiful spots. You know there's one hell of a view from the Damballa estate. You also are a sane individual who would know that without Maeve, and right after the potential death of one of the Damballas, maybe the best dating location, or maybe not the best place to go on a date, excuse me.
The best place to go, period.
Yeah, no. But, you know, you can also, if you want to spend some time exploring the island yourself, you can.
Am I
You
gonna
at
get in
least
trouble with the
know,
guards?
at least know the beach. Oh, they're going with you. If you try and leave, they're gonna 100% just go with you. You're not denied access to anywhere. It's just you are not allowed to go alone, considering your life was attempted on how many times in the past 48 hours.
You know, he takes a minute to think to himself. He's got an eternity to wait for this librarian, but if he's going to find a spot, he's got to do it today. So he will spend the day walking around and forcing the guards to go on little field
This
trips
will
with him.
be an investigation check.
Oh, okay. Let's get into it. I gave you 10, and now I give you 11.
One above. This is only up from here. I think with an 11, you really aren't having the greatest amount of luck. And also remember, the snowy weather is still in full gear. So there is the slightest inclination that the only other place that you can think of with an 11 after searching around just kind of the outskirts of the what you call it, of the Dreaming City, uh the only other place that would make for a good date, or at least like a good spot where you can enjoy the island and its beauty, um is the beaches, the docks, somewhat depending on the time of day, or a little more potentially dangerous of how deep you go in, but you do remember your journey into it, into the actual thing itself. Oh, excuse me. You never went into the slumbering thicket. You never went there personally, but going on the outskirts of town, you know of the slumbering thicket. It is public knowledge. You don't know the specific dangers like the party does, but you do know that it is rumored to have some beautiful sights and nature spots within, where it's just kind of hiking trails can lead you to some certain reserves where no sort of um, no sort of mining, lumbering, or anything like that is allowed. And it's a protected area essentially, like a little reserve. Those are
Right.
the only places that you think of.
Great.
It is notably outside of the city, though.
We'll see how he's feeling when the time comes.
Sure thing. Are you going to have a conversation with Matic tonight?
Well, I mean, that was his plan.
Cool. Okay. Before we get to that, we will move over across the island. Thank you. We will move over across the island to where some normie is currently sleeping. No, I'm kidding. We go to Duradon for a moment, as it is now like evening is setting in, and the sun is now going down as another almost peaceful day has gone by. You guys didn't get into any personal shit, but hey, the world did for you. Um, as you haven't been really doing too much. Anytime you have attempted to, if at all, leave your little quartered off area, you notice that there is a total of 6 guards that have been posted out outside of your room. Um, and they does Dirdon try and leave? Let me ask that. Or do you just
No,
stay in bed?
yeah, he stays in bed. He doesn't try to leave.
Wonderful. Um, as you stay in bed for the day, it is uh quiet for the most part. You do hear some hustle and bustle, and at some point later in the evening, you do see um this kind of younger halfling man enter your room, kind of pulling the tarp aside and going, excuse me, Mrs. Savage Hunter. Um, there has been a request for your transfer. We were told this was a temporary measure of security, but since we believe that you are safer on the island, we would like you to come with us on the morrow, and you can stay here for the rest of the night. We have been informed that you are perfectly fine to stay here if you would like. Um, but we do have a private medical facility underneath the island that they would like to have you moved to. The last few days of your recovery process, that is.
Dordon will look towards the individual and he'll say, "As Captain, is it Iyengar?
Einguard, yeah.
Yeah, has Captain Iyengar been made aware of this transfer?
He's the one that requested it, sir.
If possible, could you ask for him to stop by before the morrow, before the transfer? I've been feeling a bit delicate, and I don't.
I understand. He is rather busy. However, I will see if I can sneak in a visit for you.
It is much appreciated.
Of course. Well, good day. And he
Yeah.
pulls the tarp and leaves. And you go for a number of hours without any further visitation or any kind of interruption. However, as the sun goes down and the day comes to an end, you don't hear any tarp being pulled back, or you don't hear any footsteps approach. But you do hear the crumbling of metal as what sounds like consecutively 6 large dings of metal are heard at once, coming from outside of the tarp.
He'll sit up and he sits up with the blanket still over his hands.
Mm-hmm. I have a
Um,
scalpel.
and I have the scalpel just ready.
Shank.
For
Okay.
yeah.
I hope you keep that. I hope that some random person down the line is gonna get shanked with a scalpel when you have this like, massive fucking golden halberd. Nah, medical supplies, bitch.
Mm-hmm. Scalpel hurt like a bitch. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
ever had to bear down weight because you're like technically not supposed to, but like cutting a brain or some other thicker slab of organic flesh, and the flesh has more give than you're expecting, and your thumb ends up being the thing
Mm,
that's the stopper. Ugh, them bitches hurt.
I'm well aware.
They're and for some reason
I
they're the
know.
worst wounds that heal. Like they don't heal at all. Like
They
maybe
were
they
meant to be
should.
good at their job.
Yeah,
Uh,
bitches hurt.
Nevertheless, scalpel bonding aside, you have the weapon ready and you wait, and you don't see the tarp pulled back, but you hear a voice coming from behind you. And what exactly is your plan? If the and there is like a pause, and you hear a giggle. A dangerous weapon in your hand fails you.
I mean, savage is quite literally in my name. I think I would go out like a savage animal.
Well, don't worry your savage little head off. Duradon Bishala, is it? I believe this is the first time that we've met before. But it seems you have quite the track record underneath Paradise Peak's vesselship. And you turn, and you see a figure that you yourself have never met, nor have ever interacted with before, but one that you immediately recognize as Lorenzo Rennell, which I'm just going to repost in game visuals because he was one of the first game visuals to be posted, but that was almost a year ago, so I'll give you a reminder of what he looks like. And you see he walks around the table and kind of looks around for someplace to sit, and sees that there is none, and traces his finger in the air, and you see this just little kind of semi-translucent floating disc slowly just pop up into existence, and he just gently rests on it. So tell me, Duradon Vishala, how does someone like you, a crucial member of our society, someone who's done many great deeds within the... and kind of does a little circle with his hands, encompassing community that is Paradise Peak, end up in a situation like you have?
Duradon will simply say, trying to complete an objective. The same thing that I do for all of my missions.
Trying to complete an objective. And what objective would that be? That was so grand and important that it ended you almost in your grave, from what I heard.
Looks towards the individual, understanding this is the mage that he stole. Actually, we didn't fucking steal anything.
Yeah,
We didn't succeed.
you
We
broke
broke
in.
into.
Yeah, you broke into his dwelling. So here's the thing: you didn't steal anything, but keep in mind, you remember at the very least you destroyed his dwelling. It's not fully
for sure, for
broken,
sure.
but that shit was flying when it started, and after the colossal sky swimmer, it fucking tanked into the water because it got the flying mechanism blown up.
He will say, part of it is hold on. Come here.
And there's another person at the door, and that's the murderer.
Part of it was an objective, and the main important part to me was an objective and directive given to me by my sponsor.
Right, you seem to be dancing around what I am asking. I asked you a question. I prefer that you answer it with not deflection, but honesty. It would be in your best interest if you did.
What do you directly want to know from me? What we were intended? Why did we break into your vessel?
No, I don't. I don't need to ask you that question. I am asking exactly what I've presented you with. What is this grand mission of importance that caused you to do this? Trust me. I've come today to ask you this, but even if you don't outright tell me, I will find out. Easily. I just like to try. Raises his hands a little bit into the air, searching for the word. I like to try and talk things out before we get into unpleasant business. So I am a businessman, first and foremost. So tell me, what is this grand purpose, Mr. Bashala?
I was tasked by my sponsor to get another member of my sponsors collective, my family, another child underneath her, to a island. Oh fuck the name of the island.
Ravinica. Yes.
Ravinica. Yes. I was tasked with getting them to Ravinica. Um, Problem is, we run short on leads, and it seems the closer that we get there, the more people that we lose. One of the unfortunate circumstances that we found ourselves in was taking a job to gain financial compensation in order to build up for the travel necessary um, to accomplish one of the many goals that this party has. Um, we got unlucky in the killing of a sky swimmer that ended up belonging to and being a part of a plan to a egomaniacal mage, soon to be archmage as she would like to call it, and succeeded in our goal. We ultimately got fucked as we saw another member die. She captured our vessel, held us kind of at her own whim, and the only way to kind of succeed or feasibly survive after she implanted some type of device that or magic in us that would make us comply. She offered us a game of luck. We do the game of luck. But beyond that, she sees the talents that we provide. Within that, she offers to the member I am meant to protect to get them to Ravinica, amongst a number of other things, information on how to get to the island. I believe potentially being able to guide us to said island, as well as helping us reacquire a member that we have lost along the way. Or sorry, the party had lost along the way. Within that request, it was only required that that member and myself be a part of the plan to break within your vessel. Later on, after this was accepted, because it again fell within the objective of getting my member to Ravinica, it was discovered that we were breaking into your vessel. to steal an item that would be used by one of the Dumbala to help out a lover of the other Dumbala, um, so that they could strengthen a union. Um, Percy, your son, and this other individual would strengthen the union to go and save the other Dumbala girl. At least that was the belief of the um, younger Dumbala sister. But it seems there was hijinks and betrayal involved, and a sting operation in which the maniacal mage end up being prey in place of the cat burglar that she had intended upon being. So, pretty much why I was there. And,
I know
yeah,
why you were there, but that is not what I asked you. I wanted to know what was so important that your goal, this mission that you were on, caused for my son's plans, my plans, to be thwarted by a savager, as you said. Someone who did not grow up on Paradise Peak, nor knows of its history, of the people who have done amazing things for it in the past, showed up on my dweller, wielding a legendary blade, and ended up not only thwarting Percival's plans, but giving extraordinarily dangerous creature that same blade. One which has not just the power to enhance our abilities, but potentially the world in the future. You can see why I would have questions.
so I understand why you would have questions, but I
You also
fear.
understand why there are going to be consequences. Yes.
I guess that comes with the territory.
Mm, I was debating in my mind what exactly I should do with you. But I did a little digging. You see, I've been putting a lot of effort into the formation of Arcane Ages. Bright young minds who wish to help the future of Paradise Peak, and they are the future of Paradise Peak. I see great things for them. Your party, on the other hand, the one that you were assigned to protect, because you did not join them of your own will and accord, from my understanding. You were simply a hired muscle to protect this Kipli.
Right.
Do you want to be in this party, this adventuring group, Mr. Bashala? Does it mean anything past just this mission that you're on? Answer me honestly.
Um, Honestly, I'm figuring it out. It has been infuriating and frustrating working with them, but they, at the minimum, did not allow me to consign myself to a death by hunt. And have actively, on a few occasions, helped me. So their actions definitely speak extremely loud, but I don't think we have the time portion of a true bond to say that it's a permanent thing, but that's just if I'm being honest. I have favor for them.
Consider yourself friendly with them.
Yes, I do.
Some more than others, right?
Correct.
I was going through the records of these 6, and I realized that there was a familiar name on that sheet that I knew. One Zaire Someril. Very powerful asset to be helping such a startup party such as yourselves. A retired Vulcan, in fact, is very rare. For one, coming out of retirement, but 2, for helping a bunch of newbie vassals on a mission that is not even assigned by the guild. I had my suspicions from the beginning, but to think there was something deeper. Of course there was, but I have already spoken with her. I got some concerning information about, a certain group that you've probably seen in recent news, and her association with them in the past. Hellfire is going to be coming down on the 6th very soon. Yourself can be included in that. Or, if you would like, strings can be pulled, arrangements can be made, safeties can be secured for the right price. But I don't know if I strike you as someone who would be willing to accept such things.
And he stands up, begins to walk around you, kind of fully taking in your stature. Your body has physically deflated since you've become a commoner. As your stats reset, you're still the same height, but the muscularity has changed. Because of that, the physical outline not nearly as threatening nor as opposing as it once was. And you can see he smirks as he walks around you and sits back down on the floating disc in front of you.
But in your current situation, I don't know if you can refuse at the same time. You have done almost 9 years of service to this island. I can appreciate that, even if it is hunting common criminals and nothing more. But ever since the 6 has stepped upon my island, nothing but trouble has been sparked. Dead bodies being covered up by criminal syndicates for them. Mysterious idols and a spark of something greater being found within them. Not to mention a few breaking enterings, the murder of a child, and, well, the list continues to go on, but I am not going to dictate it for you tonight. You've gotten yourself mixed up with some wrong people, Taradon Bishala. But I think there might be hope for you yet. I just require a few things from you. A few words. And I can make all of this go away. For you. They will still suffer, don't worry. Whatever punishment is due to them. I'm not fully in charge of the legal processes, but... Well, I do have some say in your current situation because you did break into my ship. And you did destroy a larger portion of it in the process. At the very least, you would be looking at 15 years in the wall, and trust me, not many people, never mind vassals, survive that long in the wall. But just testify against your party. Say that you have this knowledge and you hid it to secure your safety and the safety of Cyrus on the rail, and you can walk. Now, you are going to be banished from Paradise Peak, but you are free to go wherever you wish besides here. It is currently the best and only deal that you are going to get.
I'm gonna assume you need it immediately.
I just need your words. That can come now, or if you wish to say it at court. Recordings can be used, especially if someone as sophisticated in the arcane as I am to show them. Why would they suspect tampering from one of the more reputable archmages on the island, never mind alive? But keep in mind, and he leans in really close. Recordings can be tampered. All I need is your voice, and I can technically do this myself. I am offering you this chance because you have provided Percy with a wonderful opportunity to grow. That little sea elf out of their way. Him and Maeve will be much happier. So this is my personal thank you. I suggest you take it while you can. What will it be?
I I think I'm good on you and your offer. I appreciate it though.
I thought as much. You know, when I was being raised, I had to do everything myself. My mother lived a long, wonderful life. My father died rather young. Truly a loss to this world, for his brilliance would have moved forward not just the arcane, but technology, engineering. He was a brilliant man of artifice. He died adventuring, going out into the world on missions under the guise of protecting Paradise Peak, making sure a safe tomorrow is around the corner. So I never got to have a father figure in my life. I never got the feeling of wanting to protect something that is growing, that has potential. And I was willing to go out of my way, despite all of that, to give you a chance, to allow you in the slightest bit of mercy for all the wrong that you have caused my family. But most barbaric types don't think about consequences, do you? You just think of what is in front of you and nothing else. Mindless rage.
I do. I do think about more than what's in front of me. Though the mindless rage part is fairly accurate. But I think that while what you provide me is the smart option, it may even be the wise option. I am not long lived like you elves, and my days are numbered fairly quicker than yours. For people like us that don't have the magic you have, that don't have the grace you have, that don't have the intellect and favor to be kissed by magic, sometimes all we have is honor, and if we don't have that, standing on the decisions that we made, regardless of the consequence.
See, I agree with one part of that statement. That's your days are far more numbered than mine. And you see he places his hand on your chest and casts Disintegrate. Now, even if you make the saving throw, you still die. Physically, no possible way to avoid it. The Megan, goddamn. As you feel the pulse of gray necrotic energy begin to rush through your body, you see his form almost twist and contort as a small gate appears in front of him, and he vanishes inside of it. And as your vision begins to go black, the last thing that you hear is laughing. Not male laughter, not his, no. You instead hear. Ooh! What wonderful drama to wake up to. I almost slept through this, and I'm so very glad I didn't. And you open your eyes, and you are on a sandy beach. And sitting next to you, kind of kicking her feet in the sand, you see Laura Day Newman, kind of with the biggest smile on her face,
and looking in a total state of relaxation as your body recorporalizes next to her. And she turns her head playfully, almost like when a child has done something devious that they're proud of, and they look to a parent or a friend. She gives you that same look as you fully just were about to experience death. And the process of decay is probably one of the most, if not one of the most fearful ways you've ever died before. Considering you've died multiple times, you can absolutely rate out of 10 if you prefer to do it again. You just felt your atoms break down one by one in a matter of milliseconds, opposed to like dying honorably in battle for a blade. It felt disgusting, cheap, wrong. And you're now here. She stares at you, smiling.
You know, I feel like there's a god of death out somewhere that has the bluest of black balls.
He is kicking stones for sure. If you do ever permanently die, which I say ever, when you permanently die, you are certainly not going to a place where the sun shines. If she has any say in it, of course.
Yeah, I figured as much.
You look awful. Oof. And she kind of reaches out and squeezes your arm in the way like grandmas and mothers do, and they say like, "Oh, look at you! You've gone to the gym. You're so big." And her entire hand can wrap around your arm, which is a new experience for you. She kind of squeezes it a few times and goes, "Oh, dear heavens, you, ooh, like a dying old man." Well, I guess you were just dying, so you're just an old man.
So what?
Things don't
Fresh
should be
hell.
great for you.
Yeah. Which fresh hell am I hopping into here?
I think this is paradise, my dear boy. And she kind of gestures around. You can see it's a rather small island. You can't see the other side of it where you currently are because of the tree line. But looking out over the not snowy but warm ocean, you can definitely tell the island that you're on is miles away from Paradise Peak. She goes, "I was expecting a slight bit more gratitude from you. I mean, I did technically owe you greatly for saving me, and you're welcome, debt repaid. So I think this is us called even, yes?"
I don't necessarily think if I say yay or nay, it's gonna super matter. But
You don't, but it would make my day all the better if you did say it.
I mean, sure. Let's just tack it up to a really delayed, super delayed, godly delayed utilization of the teleportation that you accidentally almost missed on me, when I was fighting on the vessel. So let's just call it that, and of course we're even.
There we go. That's all I needed. That last bit. All the prior is just I stopped listening halfway through, but thank you nonetheless. And trust me, even if he wasn't going to kill you, you were going to die tonight. Or tomorrow morning. Most likely tomorrow morning. So, couldn't have one of my more useful assets just drop dead. It'd be such a waste. No. I wanted to just give you a slight bit of a chance to survive. I would stay away from Paradise Peak for a bit, and by a bit I mean Your lifespan, if you want to continue to live. You see, it's not related directly to what you did. Well, it is. It is. But it's also related to what your party is about to experience. I can't stop it for all of them because not all of them have made deals with me. And even though you haven't directly made one, you did give me the staff, so I will, at the very least, still cherish you for now. However, they are in mortal peril. Soon. Or they might not be. It depends on the mercy of the universe, I guess, which hasn't been very merciful to them, has it? At least not in the recent history. This is normally the part where you're all interested and you tell me to go on and I go on. Or you just don't care.
No, it's not that I don't care. I'm sick. I just experienced death again.
Oh, honey. And she grabs your arm and you feel the free levels of exhaustion remaining disappear. Jeez. You're not closing on your mortal coil just yet. Well, you are in that shape. You would die from, I think, a rock or a breeze or perhaps a high-velocity bird shit. But
most things that commoners would die of, I feel like I would die of.
Common? Ooh.
Sorry,
Such
unawakened.
discrimination, Duradon. My goodness.
That's the proper
I
term.
didn't know you hated the common folk so much.
No, I don't. I just never got a chance to be one. But I do now, and honestly, their lives fucking
Please you,
suck.
I couldn't care less for those people. Anyway.
That's honestly okay. Alright. Please continue.
What? They offer nothing. I mean, all of you have abilities, powers. You're useful at the very least, if not entertaining. What can they do? Make me some bread? Farm? I mean, I guess they do have the whole worship ability, you know, you get enough of them together and they start being useful. But outside of that, I mean, come on. I don't need basic labor done. Although a statue of me would be brilliant. I think I'll get a statue of me done. Thank you for the idea.
I didn't. Okay, this feels very classist. You were going on an explanation.
It's not a hateful thing, trust me. Your species is just inferior, including awakened, by the way. So it's more of a hate equally thing more than hate one specific.
Oh. Alright. Okay. So, the thing you were talking about, you should definitely continue that.
Yes. So, a large majority of your party actually met me long before you met them. We didn't have a natural form of chit-chats. I was still slumbering. But they woke me up. And because of that, I got to see the world again. And it was wonderful. Unfortunately, not everyone is happy to see me. And not everyone was happy to see us be friends. Which I do consider many of you to be. Kipley may bear resentment for doing wrong or whatever. I think I've only helped your party. At least her. However, I've helped them in the past. You were there to witness it, actually. When you were all fighting away the deadly sins. Who do you think helped you survive in the first place? You, I didn't have a prior established connection with, so you were really on your own. But you did great! I do remember you, what was his name? Arrogant one, Pride. Striking him down while you were literally incapable of moving out of pure exhaustion. Wonderful touch, darling. I could not have done better myself. I could, but
in the moment, still fantastic. I aided them there, and I've aided them a few other times here and there, but my siblings really don't like when I meddle in this little universe of ours. So I, fortunately, wasn't able to really do much more besides what I did. But, thanks to your generous gift, well, I stand slightly more of a chance of getting away with things, but your party doesn't, because they bear my marking, whether they know it or not. Few of them made multiple deals with me, some of them just made one, and even though they think it's just a favor at some point, we have connected ourselves at a very deep and personal level, and other monarchs aren't going to like that. Because whenever I make children, they normally kill them as quickly as possible before they become problems. Because I do like to cause a bit of chaos here and there. Who doesn't? Guilty as charged. However, who's to say that I will do it this time around? Or at least with these ones. So, even though you haven't made an official deal with me, you've still given me the gift of freedom. And stopped my mortal peril, which, by the way, if you didn't, I probably would have been screwed. I mean, I don't know what else I could have done. I rely on magic still with all my powers, except for, of course, the more basic abilities that lie more dormant that I can't draw out yet because this is still just a mortal body, and I haven't had time to fully reassimilate. Anyway, I'm rambling. You don't need to hear all this. The important thing is, your friends are going to be probably shackled, chained, and dragged in front of the council in a few days. Oh, and not the council that you're familiar with. No, not your little pretend puppets. The only council that matters. My brethren. A few of them are already making their way to Paradise Peak. A few of them are already there. And in the past, I mean, they really only adjourn maybe once every few millennia. They don't like to talk much, or have independent missions, goals, and annoying personalities. But I think they're going to come together on this to kill your friends, so if you want to help... She turns to you and smiles. There might be a little itty bitty chance. What do you say? Deep sighs. Ooh, get that one out. Yeah, no, stretch if you have to.
No. What? Okay, so here's
Process take some time.
why.
Do you need like a margarita, or I can get you like some, if you want a coconut. Get your refreshment.
I need to understand how doing my job has now caused me to choose between saving.
Choose anything. If you want, you can walk away. I'm only saying this to you because I believe, even if it's a slight shred from Mr. No Feelings, Duradon Bashala, Duradon the Savage Hunter, who's so manly, well, not anymore, but was so manly and stern and kept to himself, I figured that you had the slightest bit of feelings for them growing. I mean, I say slightest. You have certain feelings for some of them that are greater than others, don't you? And she kind of gently punches you in the arm. You naughty boy, you.
Oh.
Oh, come now. Oh, that might have hurt. That's right, you are extraordinarily weak.
It's true.
But, nevertheless, I figured you cared for them. And I care for them. I mean, well, not the same as you, of course not. They're useful. And I would like to see a few of their storylines out before they, wither out. Because I do enjoy entertainment, and also, some of them
have done right by me, even if they didn't know it. So I do owe them, even if it isn't the slightest.
What's the win condition here? What's the
Win condition.
yeah?
Win condition is you get to live. There is no greater victory besides you continuing to draw a breath. And if you're asking how to achieve that, well, my friend, have you ever heard, and you probably have, the enemy of my enemy was once an enemy, but is now my friend because I have a new enemy who wants me dead?
I've heard some similar.
They're abbreviations, they change it every few decades, centuries, all this sort. You have... Well, I mean, you particularly have more enemies than most now because you know a bunch of people you know your name. Or at least your family members, but that's different. That's not like people that you don't know. It's just people that you know who kind of just hate you, but they're not going to go out of the way to kill you because they're under the monarch's control. Never mind. Your party has so many enemies. You really suck at making friends. I mean, truly, no offense to you, but they are even worse. I mean, the only ones that they have merit is the little twink, and he is fun, trust me. I like him, the one with the glasses and the gun. But I truly think they can do so much better.
Okay, that's new one. Got you. I'll be sure to remember that one.
What?
The twink. I've never
I simply
heard
don't know his name. I know of him, I've seen him, but I could not care less. I mean, he's interesting, of course. Who doesn't love a blood-crazed vampire who's tried to turn for the better? Oh, sub-story, tears of mine fall. But you can get so much more.
I thought you were talking about Rictus.
What?
You're
Oh,
talking about
no.
Kipley's fleeing guy thing.
Yes, I respect your little artificer far more. He was very close to tampering to something very powerful. However, he kind of caught, how do you put it, a 1-2 buckaroo before he could. And his poor little ape died. I liked that thing. It was like a little ball of chaos you could just cause to expand. And that is what I do. No.
Just okay. So, what creatures of massive death and bad luck and evil hasn't this party interacted with directly or indirectly?
The enemies of the sins, that's obvious. By proxy, enemies of the monarch of mimics. By proxy, enemy of all of his alliances. Enemy of the Carmine family, which I don't think they've even met yet, but trust me, they stole from her, and she doesn't like that. Actually, a few of them have stolen multiple things from her. Some don't even know. Spoilers. You made enemies of the Heralds, obviously. You made Heralds... Well, 2 sects of Heralds angry at you. One of them is kind of weird, but I kind of like it at the same time. They're
Sorry, 2 sects of heralds? What did I do? What did I do?
Oh, you didn't do what they did. Well, I mean, you kind of did. They had. I don't even know if she's alive or not. I don't sense her presence. There were a few broken off branches, some of which were located on Paradise Peak, operating on their own, some of which were operating on various different islands, ships, so what. And you killed a bunch of the people. Well, not you specifically, but your friends.
Got you. Okay, cool. Right. The 6. We're talking about the 6.
Yeah, no, before you even were told of what they were, they killed like 16 people on like their first major night out. I must say, they didn't even know who the people were that they were killing, and they still did it, and I love them for it. Truly, hilarious experience to watch normal, unawakened people try and fight back against awakened souls of a very deadly caliber. Oh.
It's kind of like, oh, what is the sports game where you go around and kill people in circles? Oh, God, it's been forever since I've watched one. Gladiatorial arenas. That's what it was.
Yeah.
The gladiator rings? Gladiator rings, I feel it was called. I loved watching those in the past, and it felt like very similar. A bunch of lions killing little scrawny men. Anywho, I got distracted. Where was I?
The heralds, 2 sects of them apparently that they've
Yes.
made.
Yes. They are most certainly trying to. I don't think they want to kill you. I mean, they want to kill you, but I think they also want to do nasty things to you. You just made friends with the Renels. Percival, the younger one, really wants you dead too. Well, I don't know if he wants you dead. I think he just wants to kill you and then bring you back, and then kill you again and bring you back, and then kind of repeat that for a few days. I'm not certain, but you did let me free, and I am inhibiting his mentor, so I can see he might have a slight reason. He'll get over it, the poor little whelp.
Is he trying to save his girlfriend, or is he trying
Oh,
to
certainly, no.
impress somebody? What is his deal?
The best of my understanding is after his little spiel, which he felt so proud of in the moment, I can't thank you enough for that, Duradon. I don't, for my first kind of notion to cause chaos, I don't go for embarrassing people because they normally end up embarrassing themselves. But holy shit, by freeing me, the look on his face, the utter despair after he monologued to me, and then I walked free. Oh, I am never, ever going to forget that moment. Not a day in my life. No, he just wants to save his little darling Dambala girl, that's all. As far as I can tell, he might have hidden plans outside of that, who knows? Oh, he wants to save the blue one, the sad little dying sea girl. She's like you now! Well, more like you're like her. Although she's most definitely going to die before you. Unless you go back to the island. Well, let Lorenzo find you're still alive. Because he thinks you're dead, by the way. I'm very good at my timing. So he'll mark you off the list, and you are technically a free man.
Appreciate it.
Free as you can be in a good situation.
Apologies, I dropped my tweezers. Anyway.
No, it's fine.
What were we talking about?
Oh, you get so fucking distracted. We're talking about a list of people that they fucked over. You've ended on the younger now.
Right. Funny enough, they did kill a child of the Ice King himself. Not the smartest move.
I'm sorry. They killed a what?
Oh, a child of the Ice King.
When did that happen?
Same time when they found me. But I don't think they knew, and if they did, well, ça la vie in the past. Excuse my draconic. Anyway. Yeah, no, they have a bunch of things that they've done in the past that are just going to eventually come and bite them in the ass. And the list is ever growing. So, we have... Well, I say we. They have problems they will have to deal with. The only one that I'm really concerned about, which is currently happening, is the monarch problem. Because my older brothers will most definitely snuff them out and be able to detect that they've made deals with me and are my children. So it's not looking great for them. But if you can get them out of the city, or if you want to try the negotiation route for whatever reason, because you do know I love chaos, I'll give you all the options if you want to. You could try and convince them that they are not threats and that I don't hold any power over them.
which may or may not be true. You can guess whether I'm telling the truth or not. Or you can get some powerful allies to help you do so. You technically help a few people along your quest of murder and, well, conquest. So you could bring them in front of the council, potentially get some helping hands, and just maybe, you get to live. Or you could just take them outside the council and continue to run from them for the rest of your lives. Either way, I support you. Well, one way I'll be able to support you, depends. The important thing is
Just
Duradon.
wanted to be paid. Just continue.
Oh, whether it is your desires or this world's wonderful outcomes of fate and fantasy. We end up here. And here you lie in the bed that you have made. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. Because if you do, your head might fall off from all that, pulmonary distress, psychic damage. I think there'd be more bleeding out of the nose than falling off, though. There's more slashing or cutting. If you want to die, I guess I can help you there, but that'd be a little, of a sad end. I save you from death just to die somewhere else. It's redundant. It's like putting a top hat on a top hat or something like that. Yes, you're already wearing a top hat. Why'd you put another one on? It's redundant.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not going to commit suicide that much. If I die in the process of living, that's just one thing. But killing yourself, that just seems like a lot of work.
I mean, it's probably, well, for you, not much work, but we don't have to go down that route.
Yeah, no, I've thought about it. Don't worry. I do realize how it
Oh, and my apologies, you're unarmed. And she twiddles her fingers, and you see a scalpel appears between her, like doing the pencil trick when you move it between fingers. Begins to move the scalpel between her right hand and fingers as she kind of just bounces it back and forth a little bit before flinging it into the sand next to you. Your trusty blade.
I know you like chaos, but I don't think being a dickhead it doesn't suit you very well.
You haven't even seen my form of chaos yet. I think you'll like it.
Was that an innuendo? Was that?
No. I mean, you can think of it if you like, but you're not really my type.
Okay, all right. I mean, that's fair.
You might have been if you had kept your powers. Strapping, muscular man, doesn't care about his short life, takes every opportunity at its fullest. I mean, trust me, I'm not saying that I understood Miss Amaryl, but I understood Miss Amaryl. I think it's cute what you two have going. It's like a no definitions, cutesy little thing. She doesn't want commitment. You'll ride or die. She's most likely going to die. You're most likely going to die. Romance, when it is short, burns so bright.
How was she going to die? I thought she was just doing the mission or something.
Oh, she allied herself with you guys. Oh, no offense. She allied herself with the Six. It's almost inevitable at this point. I'm still so curious as to why she did.
I've died.
2 times.
Blue lady, 2 times. The blue lady died. Risha.
Risha, yes. She turned into a bird afterwards. Funny thing, that one. Of all the things, she could have become a little bird of... not bird of prey, what is it? Bird of the night, that's what it was. Necromancer turned owl and... It's funny. At least it is to
Didn't
me.
you do it? I thought that was like under your whole thing.
I didn't kill her. Oh, you're
No,
talking
I
about
know
the
gravity
chaos of
killed
what
her,
she
but-
turned into? No,
Yes.
you have to understand. If I were to ascend back to my normal level of existence, then yes, I could influence any chaotic decision that I wish. But I don't have the full capabilities of my power right now because I've been sealed for millennia. And you can't do much besides just cause a little bit of inklings here and there, cause some minor disturbances, but spells? Fuck that. You even could mess with the god of magic because I want someone to turn into a tiefling rather than a bird. Oh no. I'll get smote the second I do. I have limits. Just as you are very well aware that you do.
Yep. Every time I think about, oh, I'm gonna do this because I really want to help this person who I've been charged to protect to get
And
out
then
of
you
this
get
situation.
humbled a lot. Like, watching your journey since you started working with them really sucks, dude. I'm gonna be honest. I've seen a lot of heroics. Like, in my tales of the hero's journey from what I've seen, you are probably one of the more tortured souls who started off strong, but just kept meeting stronger foes every time afterwards and not getting better necessarily after fighting them, just kept meeting stronger kicks to the ass. I mean, no offense, truly, you did as best as you could. But your first day after leaving the island and then running into a monarch's children, oh. When I was watching from the sidelines, helping them, I was laughing my ass off because a little farm boy who just started fighting monsters. Oh, and you did fight criminals beforehand, but do they count? I mean, well, you also fought in a war, I guess, but that's boring compared to fighting monarchs and their children and mimic islands. And you kind of got screwed over. Just a little bit.
Yeah, because fucking apparently transportation includes so much. Speaking of transportation,
Mm-hmm.
did Kipley at least get the information? Do we know where we're going so I can complete this fucking objective?
Seriously. I saved her life, as per your request.
Appreciate you.
And I brought her here, actually. I brought Kira and my other associates. Unfortunately, Aldwin didn't want to stick around after finding out that I wasn't Norode Newman. So I paid him. He was on his way. Yes, she was asked by myself if she wanted to reap the benefits of her awards.
She said
She didn't
yes,
directly
and
do
she
much.
left.
But no, she just gave me a dirty look, said nothing, and flew off into the distance.
I'm sorry. You said something and it didn't quite sound like
Oh, let me
logical thing.
run it back for you real quick.
Okay, please.
I asked her if she wanted her gifts and the benefits of all the hard work that you and her have put in for me. And she said nothing and flew away into the distance while giving me a dirty look. Megan is so insulted.
So you're telling me. And let me just run this by,
Third time's the charm. Yeah, no, really get in there.
Yeah, okay, cool. So, what you're telling me is that I took this mission from my sponsor, as I'm required to.
Of course.
We get fucked because their luck is just their luck.
Brutally.
We lose a party member. Okay. We take a job because we need to get paid in order to gain supplies to potentially rescue said team member.
Yes.
And find the objective that I was hired to do. which we were on the pathway of doing.
You're hitting all the marks.
Okay. We come across you, unfortunately, in the process of doing that job.
Oof.
We
Brutally honest.
end up surviving that.
I allowed you to, yes.
We do a game of luck in which we ultimately win, with me getting extraordinarily fucked in the process.
Oh,
but we still win.
Do you want to know the
Okay.
person that's trying to kill you in the world, or you want to keep that a secret?
Oh, I want to know later. I just want to get through this because I feel like we've
Okay.
hopped. And so please.
There
put it
is
in
someone
that.
out there
I
though
wanna know.
that is trying to kill you.
Thank you. I would like to know that. But we win the game of luck. We are scot-free in spite of, with me and Mustang having to convince the party not to take further deals with you.
Yes.
Ripley decides to take a deal with you anyway.
God damn it.
Right.
Okay. I am part of the deal in the sense that she has to convince me to come, and she's going regardless.
I love the play-by-play.
Cool. She makes the stipulation that she desires for information and I believe potentially passage, or the passage may have been to save the companion that got taken. Either way, really good deals and shit to
quite in her
kind
favor.
of work for. Yeah, things in her favor, things that we absolutely wins that we needed.
Truthfully, yes.
Okay, we agree. We get dragged to another mission that had nothing to do with the mission that we signed up for as a little stop.
Yes.
Okay. We do the actual mission.
Pulse, this is entertaining.
You find out that you got fucked during the mission. Still managed to make it out of the mission because of the fact that I'm like, hey, there's this job that I really have to do, and I can't let my charge die.
Correct.
And you know what? If she makes it out, she can complete the objective that I've been hired to do and that I am required to do by my sponsor.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And I die for it.
Oh, you did, yes.
And you're telling me I have died twice, been fucked 5+ times.
I think more than that in your total life. Oh, you screwed over. Yes, continue.
Yes, screwed over. And
she starts counting manually on her hand. Go ahead and make me a history and insight check.
History is. Oh, I'm sorry. This is just D20s. I
Yeah,
have
roll
no
me
other.
roll me 2 D20s.
Cool. First D20.
Success.
15. Second D20.
7. You do notice it. And it takes you a while. Like, you were still rambling on. But you realize towards the end of the sentence you're about to finish, she is manually counting a strange number of fingers on her hand. And you're just like, what the fuck? Motherfucker. She's counting how many times you've been late in your life.
Oh, okay.
She's literally doing other fingers. And she's putting 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, 4 down, 5 down. And she just continues going as you're speaking. You don't know if it's accurate or not as you were trying to remember it yourself. But you believe that is what she is doing.
And in the end, the one thing that would have made my sacrifice worth it.
Yes. Was to reap your reward.
She just walked away from?
Correct.
Including her friend who she's known longer than me.
That was truly confusing for me because she is still fully dead. And it would be very useful to help get her back through this. But, I mean, just because she is undead doesn't mean like, oh, cold of heart, like, oh, I have no feelings. She's still a person, but apparently the gnome didn't mean too much to her, and the fact that her little what was her name? Oh gods, I don't care enough to remember it. The armored girl's dead too. She could have helped her with that by going to Ravinica, but that's not my concern. Who am I to deny them if she wants to turn down the reward? It's like having free labor. I'm not requiring it. You can go whenever you wish, but hey, you're here to do it. I'm gonna collect those rewards. Oh, but I must say, truly, I am so happy I took that job beforehand with the sponsors. Holy shit. Oh, to see those powerful people get that angry at me when they don't know it's me, but they think it's her. Oh. If she ever comes back and I find a better host than this, I have to be there for it. It's going to be like, oh, gods. Like, I can't think of any theater, any sort of plays or anything, organizations that are currently from this time. I only remember the ones in the past. But it's going to be like the top of the top performance of a lifetime. To see all of those wonderful consequences fall on her shoulders when she did nothing. I mean, well, she did, you know, technically, by reaching out to me. But she, young babe, didn't know better. Anywho. So yeah, no, you really got the shortest end of your already not so long stick.
And so,
But
after knowing this, I'm supposed to potentially have the choice and choose.
But let me ask you this, my dear boy. Because I believe if I am correct, you never really cared about them during this entire transpiring of events. This was just a job for you, and you almost quit. Right? Right, wonderful. You almost quit,
Right.
and then you got promised something. Now, I don't know exactly what you were promised, but if you're never really in it to help them from the start, you can just walk away. I mean, I'll do my best to save my children either way, but I mean, you can help them if you have a heart to help the hopeless, I guess, in this case.
It doesn't seem
Oh,
like they
the
want to help
hopeless.
themselves.
Wouldn't the hopeless be such a better name than the Six? Because I mean, do they even have 6 members anymore? Listen, they have
I don't know.
Kipley, the child. Oh, Mammoth. I love that little kid so much. He's gonna grow up to do great things.
Is he? I don't know if he's going to grow up. This feels like
trust
a
me.
lot of shit.
I don't normally pick favorites. But I like him slightly more than the others. Because he's such a... How do you put it? He is like a brick. Or like not a brick. Oh, gods. He is like a mound of clay. Like wet clay. You can form that little thing into whatever you want, and he'll just go along with it. Like, I've talked to him like 2 times, and each time he's just been happy to be there. Like, do you know how many people in the past died from insanity from just talking to me? A lot of them. Like, it's more common to die than to continue on after you've met me. But this little boy met me, made a deal with me, came back, made another deal with me, and then just started doing more chaotic things because of it. It's like, fuck, I love him. He's so cute.
I also
And
do
plus,
feel like, as an ancient being, this might be considered grooming, just so you know.
Whoa. I have no intentions of doing anything past letting him be whatever the fuck he wants to be, because I know what's coming ahead of time. Or at least I have a very strong inclination. And I know he's most likely gonna be alright. I mean, it depends on people's lives around him and stuff like that. Even if the party dies, he's just gonna go on and find a different one, and he'll be fine. And if he dies, I feel like everyone will be sad, right? It's like killing what is the small creatures that you like to keep around with you?
Puppy?
No, other third one. You're on the same path, not canine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like kicking like a cat. It's like, why would you do it? Right? It's just a cat. It's really cute. It's furry. Sometimes, yes, it will do crazy things. By the way, slightly my influence. Especially the orange ones. Those ones just always give into chaos whenever they feel like it. But why would you do it? They're cute, they're adorable, and they'll just scram off and do their own thing. But you kick a cat, I mean, it's like unnecessary.
That's fair, I guess.
Yeah, so why would you want to
This
kick
is-
the cat? In this case, the proverbial child. Or the very real child, proverbial cat.
Because the child, I imagine, playing a little bit of devil's advocate here, the child can shoot lasers that look like stars.
Whoa. They're not lasers, let's be clear. They're stars. They are actual stardust. Put some respect on his name.
I'm sorry. That makes my point even.
Well,
that
he
is a
doesn't know that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that child is fully plucking stars out of the sky and shooting at people.
Who gave the child the ability? Why does the child have the ability to shoot stars?
Why do you have the ability to survive a cannonball in your chest? Beggars
Because
can't be
I
choosy.
went to war as a child. I had to
Yeah,
get this
okay.
shit in blood.
War happens
Literally.
all the time. Just because a man fights doesn't mean he can survive anything. It's because you are special and you inherited things from your family. The same way he inherited things from his lineage. It skips a few
What
generations for
lineage
his, though.
is which lineage fucked a star to be able to pull them out of the sky?
I don't know if they had intercourse with the cosmos or not. That's a great question, actually. I mean, there are gods of the sky, I think. I don't know everybody, but I think there might be a goddess of stars, or maybe something like that. I don't know. Maybe his bloodline was freaky. Who am I to judge? I've done far worse than that, but well, I don't say worse. I mean, it was like my standards have been lower at times, depending on my life. But
You slept with your sword, didn't you, at one point?
oh no, Lorna Dane did. She is a certified freak. Like, truly. Well, it's also she kind of fell in love with her own sword because he was hot, and I can't fully blame her. But the sword was not into it. Like his iteration before he met you, boy, let me tell you, she wanted to use him for power and also for hot goody times. And he didn't want either one of them because she was a little cuckoo. I mean, before I even took over her body, she was already massacring people. Not for any good reason. Like, well, yeah, no, she was for greater power. But is greater power a good reason? I mean, at least I'm doing it to restore myself to former power, because then I know I'll be able to change things for the world. But she was just doing it to become, like a ethical... It wasn't really an ethical lich. She was still killing people. She just didn't want the undead part. Ah, wizards.
Is it?
Talking about...
Okay, so if I get them out of Paradise Peak, I then completely void my status as a vassal.
Honey, you're
Void
dead.
all. Well, of course, I'm dead. Oh, I'm.
Your status has been
God
void.
damn it.
I mean, if you prefer, you want to go back, I'll put you back and you can be dead there and die a vassal. But, I'm just saying, I think you need to accept consequences have been coming. And I mean, really, I might have played a slight part in the whole Renelle problem. But
you would have died, so I don't take full responsibility there. Your party's really fucked for their decision making, and I think it's time to find a new home. Even though none of them are from here. There. We're not there. They're there. We're here. Just think about it. You know me on a more personal level. I mean, we're not binded by a contract like the others, but you have helped me nonetheless, and have actually been able to hold conversation with me without dying of insanity, which means you're special, dear. And she kind of like gently pats her hand. I think you all should come and work for me. Properly. No do deals and businesses. You should help me achieve my goals. Think about it. I want to see all of you thrive and do well, and I've already helped you in the past so much. And even if there's trust issues, well, the best way to form trust is to take action and prove it over time. You help me ascend to power, and hells, I can help all of you do all your things. I mean, what did you... I'm sure she didn't promise you anything crazy. What was your sponsor going to give you for helping on this mission?
I was going to impart a sibling of Horma.
Oh, fuck. Well, maybe not all of them, but I can do most. I don't think she was going to give you that blade, by the way. There's no way. Did she say which one?
The sister, the one not being held by a monarch.
Okay, I was going to say, darling, love you to death. I'm not walking up to the monarch of dragons and going, hi, honey, can I borrow a blade for a friend? He'll be dead in a century or so, you can get it back. I don't think you'd like it.
Right.
But the other blade, I actually don't know its whereabouts. But... I ascend. Oh no. And also, I don't even need to ascend. We can just blackmail your little... what do you call them? The titles are outrageous.
What? Sponsor? Vassals,
Sponsors, that's what it is. You can just blackmail your sponsor. Or friend her. Either way.
The thing is, I've been through a lot in life. I just want the freedom and ability to just kind of exist without having to owe somebody something. Whether it be fucking like
There, on my boy.
I did. Yeah.
She puts a hand on your shoulder.
About to say that.
Take a moment and look around you. Now look to your left. And look to your right.
Yeah.
What do you see?
See absolutely nothing but this fucking island.
You're goddamn right. Excuse me, goddamn right. You're already there. You have no responsibilities. You're dead, technically. And, you know, they think you're dead. You don't owe anyone anything. All your debts have been cleared. Any responsibilities that you had before are gone except for any things that you want to do. You don't have to do anything now. And if getting that sword really meant so much to you, well, I can still help you with that. That's something that you want to do, absolutely. Now, of course, not fully no strings attached, but I'm not going to bind you to do something for it. That's the difference you have to understand. All I really wanted was tremendous power so I could spite my siblings. Much to ask? No, absolutely not. But the world said no and put me in a statue. Well, technically many statues, but same shape, look, size. And because of that, I was scorned to bear the responsibilities of others, because now all I could do was listen to people who wanted to cause chaos and decide who to help through essentially a long series of complaint forms. But because you gave me this artifact, and Lonadane was able to wield it in life at immense power, and I can almost triple that with my own, I can do so much more. And I am not like on the brink of my goal. I still have so far to go. Plus, I apparently have like a couple thousand people that I need to go talk to now. Like, it's crazy how many connections Lonadane had in life. I'm still finding out more. And ever since you gave me her back, her memories are slowly trickling back into mine.
Also, okay, so that's another thing. I don't. You're sounding real good. It's sounding like a really cool thing that you're selling here. But
I'm
that just
sensing a bug.
reminded me. Yeah, that reminded me. I gave Horma my word that I would get him back.
Hmm.
So that feels like a
Well,
conflict of interest here.
well, actually, hear me out. Hear me out for about a moment.
Okay. All right.
Once I ascend back to monarchhood, why do I need a blade? I'm not a swords fighter. I mean, she was in life. But I'd never wielded a blade before. I'm more trickery, sorcery, and magic. If you wanted to wait, you could have him back once I achieve my goal.
Okay.
You said eventually. You never gave him a direct date or timeline. And I'm sure he's very patient considering he's been here since the beginning of time.
That's fair. Okay.
Think about
There are a
it.
few more questions I kind of want to ask just because I feel like I am morally obligated to ask these questions because they're similar questions that I asked of my sponsor before I took my sponsorship.
Oh, I love these ones. Shoot, if you have any fun ones you want to throw in as well, go for it. Q&As always end well with me.
Right.
Once made a prince faint by answering things honestly, so keep that in mind.
You are the monarch of
Mischief.
mischief. Okay.
By
So the monarch
title,
of
but I've gone by many names over the years.
Right. With your ability, when you ascend, what's your particular goal? What do you want to do past being back where you were?
As I said, I simply want to spite my siblings, get them back for trapping me. I don't technically remember how long I was gone. I still need to figure out what year it is and all of that things because I've only been in this body for a short period of time. But outside of that, just return to my duties.
What were your duties?
Calling on the Monarch of Mischief.
Well,
You
yes,
can
but
take some guesses.
understandably, I do understand that. However,
Let me put it clearly for you. Because you,
okay,
I know, love to be reassured through not just simplicities.
Mm.
Do you honestly think, in the current state of the world, through even your short trip with this group, that the amount of mischief and chaos in the world is being controlled at the moment? Can you say that? Is there any sense inside of you that says, "Oh yeah, no, all good on the seaside front over here, not a singular problem"?
it's sounding like you're saying you being in a position of power, or implying rather that you being in a position of power could potentially stop the consequences of the arcane detonation.
Oh, trust me. I don't want to fix it. I am simply going to rein it in a little. And by rein it in a little, I mean put it under my control, which is far more favorable than it currently is. Because let me tell you this. There is no one currently manning... What's the closest thing that your humanoid brain can understand? Think of it like a blind horse that is running through a field. The horse doesn't know where it's going. It has no rider to direct it. And even if people try and tame it, it is already sprinting at full speed and has little to no problems running over humanoid children who get in its way. And that's what most arcane casters and sponsors are in the horse's eyes. It's just children. And it will trample as many children as it wants to, because no one is there to calm the horse. When I ascend to power, it will be like that horse has just been given rein. Reins that will keep it not necessarily in check all the time, but I will be able to guide it ever so slightly, even so, to a more peaceful location where maybe not many children will die. Or cause more children elsewhere to die if they deserve it.
Is there a monarch of order? And if there's a monarch of mischief?
There's a monarch of just about everything, but most of them have passed away, unfortunately. You see, the gods and us didn't really get along too well. So we kind of had a war a few years ago. Well, I say a few years ago. Probably no one of you... I don't think there's any books that would ever have it written down, because you didn't even know it was happening. You just know your pretty little gods stopped responding. Yeah, no, we had a war a few millennia ago. I don't fucking know. I was trapped for half of it. The gods didn't like us taking over their domains, nor did they like the fact that we, unlike them, did not have to reach out to people to do their deeds and or wishes. Because, like, the gods are powerful people. Powerful beings, excuse me. But they use people to get their dirty work done half the time. The monarchs just kind of bypassed that and just did it themselves. And that really just rubbed the gods the wrong way. So, a little bit of conflict here and there, and, well, there's a reason that you don't remember a lot of your gods' names. Let's just say that. So yes, there was an order, domain, both in the terms of gods and monarchs. However, they have been long dead. Because we can be killed. It's just really hard to do it. So people prefer to seal us away and do other things.
Thing is, I don't want to kill you, and
My boy, please, you will make me burst something. I don't know what the humanoid body can burst this time, just by laughing. I'll find it.
okay, that's fair. Maybe I'm dying. I don't necessarily think. Here's the thing. I have, in my experience, the reason that I chose my sponsor the way that I chose my sponsor was because of the fact that, as far as I knew and as far as I understood, her goals did not directly... I would not be aiding in effectively fucking over hundreds of thousands of people, because the thing about being free is that you stop being free very soon. As you see, freedom stops being freedom as soon as you start involving yourself with people's goals that go far beyond just kind of what you signed up for.
Right.
When you have people with high aspirations, it makes
Welcome
it
to
hard
society.
for you
It
to
happens
maintain.
often.
Yeah, it happens pretty often, so I have to be careful with the people that I align myself with, in the sense that I don't want... I love the freedom that you're offering. Love the fact that it would help me keep my word to a lot of individuals. I am concerned about the fact that you ascending may end up hurting a society if there is no opposition to mischief. In the sense of order.
Opposition to mischief. What are you talking about?
I mean, if there is mischief, is there not order, structure?
Where do you see order in this world?
That's the whole thing. I really, I'd prefer that there
No,
existed. So
think on it for a second. Think on it for a second, dear.
Mhm.
The world is already chaos. Meaning, even though I'm not the one doing it, it's already fucked. So would you rather have, what's the saying? I change this so often. I have to keep my vocabulary updated every time I come back. What's the type of thing? Oh, you made a deal with somebody. What's the type of creature you make deals with? Whether it's like normally evil?
Patron.
Patron, not patron. Other ones.
Devil?
Devil, thank you. It's like you would rather have a devil that you know in power than have a devil you don't know in power, right? Because you know what my plans are.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying I'm a devil, I just couldn't think of the thing closest to what you are trying to envision as mischief being evil, which it isn't, by the way. I'm not an evil being. As you've clearly seen, I mean, well, Lornadine was, just because I'm inhabiting her body doesn't make me evil. But, as you've clearly seen, I've helped your group out. I've helped out a number of groups, by the way. Some of which you have never even met before. Some of which you have met before. Like, I've done a lot in my time of being alive. However, your mistrust is earned because, in your experience, you've been fucked over every time that you have agreed to said things where you are not 100% aware of what the other being wants. Understandably so. I'm not asking you to go to the astral plane and back for me. I'm simply saying, if you want to work with me, you can. I don't really require you to do much. I'm not really going to be asking much of you. All I am saying is, it is much better to have an ally of me than it is to try and go back to Paradise Peak and beg for your life with the quote-unquote allies that you have right now. So let me tell you, even your sponsor won't save you. Whether she wants to or not.
You're mathing in a way that wizards
Hard
do,
to deny.
and
Because I make a lot of good points. You learn a thing or two when you've seen a thing or two.
You've been alive for so long. I feel like that's not even a fair assessment.
That was actually a slogan I stole from somebody. I think it was some random merchant, but I don't remember.
Okay, alright. Oh, god damn it.
Well, the gods aren't involved in
Cool.
this, but damn them all the same.
It's a saying.
Plus, let me say this. Did you ever know about the god situation beforehand? Free information, you're welcome.
Much appreciated.
Things I am always willing to share with my children. Why?
Oh,
Because it's fun.
fuck. Okay.
Because it is fun, Pterodon. Knowledge is fun. Sharing it is fun. Withholding it is even more fun, depending on who it is. You get my purpose.
I do. Yes, I understand. Alright, cool. Helping you out, or I guess you again, no deals, which you were fine with. A partnership of sorts.
Oh, so bold, even with Cyrus.
Oh, not that type of partnership. But Okay. Yeah, no, that you you speak a lot of good points, and
And you want
honestly,
me to do?
I don't have the bandwidth or I think really lifespan to give. Um,
Well, it depends.
there there are two things, three things primarily that I hope to get out of this, and if you can't provide them, please just let me know, and I will just exist, and that'll just be the end of it. I,
Ask
the
away.
first one, I do not, and I mean, I absolutely do not want to have more asked of me than is absolutely necessary to maintain our partnership.
Did I give you PTSD by doing the whole sponsor thing?
Yeah, just a little bit, just a little bit. Last time I was asked to do something and required by my contract to do so, we're here. So you know that's the big one
I mean,
that I got
technically,
right
we
there.
didn't have a contract saying I'd have to save your life, so.
That's fair. Again, that's why I'm asking for
Hard,
in this partnership.
hard to say. I mean, well, also, you have to remember, darling friend, Duradon.
Yes.
By the way, Durdonsia, Duradon, your family has such a cute naming scheme. I really love it so much. Was
Yeah.
his father just called like D? Like Dion? Oh, Dion. Oh, that would be cool if it was true. That'd be very cool if it was. I need to study
I
up on
think
your
my
family sometime soon.
grandfather. Um,
Anywho, I
yeah.
don't really know. Well, because here's the thing. I might ask you to do something. That doesn't mean I'm going to require you to do something, right?
So you just that I'm not required to do the thing. You will ask it of me, and
You aren't
uh,
pacted with me. You don't owe me any favors. I mean, I
I'm
could,
already
like,
like,
threaten you with things, but why?
please don't. Yeah, please don't. I'd appreciate that.
I gain nothing from doing so. In fact, you
Okay, cool.
only seemed motivated to help me because of other people and because of their already preformed deals, which is I benefit off of anyways. So yeah.
Gotcha. All right, I'm liking this a little bit already. This is God. It's been so long since I haven't been used.
Wait, hold on.
That's something we didn't talk about.
That wording on that, darling. Um, the actually no. Well, how many fortnights has it been since you went to? Never mind. The as I said, I have favors I can pull with your friends. I'm not going to revoke that. They made their deals. I have done more than enough to keep that pact going. Uh, if you don't want to make one with me, keep in mind I'm only going to be able to help you so much. You don't seem to need it as much as the others, which you may in the future. I don't know what's going on with you right now. Well, I think I know, but I'm not going to presume, so, you know. If you ever want one, you can make a deal with me, and I'll happily accept. It's just, I really don't have a plan at the moment that involves a high need for just you. If it's your group, sure, that's fine. Everyone works together, that's great. But I'd have no need to create an anchor between us, you know?
I'm liking it already. This is you're just being honest and upfront with me as a powerful individual, and that does something for my trauma. So I appreciate that. Cool, cool, cool. We're sounding golden so far.
Your other two questions, I believe?
Yes. Okay. Ew. Ew, God damn it. I if you know any means and you know any possibilities. 6, they're cool people. When my life isn't being fucked over by them, they're cool people. I do not want to become a permanent fixture of that group. If you know any means to help them bring back this Maeve Dumbala so that she can come and take her
You
fucking
want a
children.
replacement? Oh, that is so funny. I like them, but not enough to die for them is a quote I have heard many times before in the past. You can just say it, darling.
I, I have taken on the responsibility of being their front line for a long time, and it has fucked me royally. I need them to get back their person. Their person needs to come back, especially after hearing the Kipley thing. I need them to get their person back. So I feel like she may know how to deal with them a lot better. They talk so highly of her, and like her whole family situation, and she may be mentally fucked because she can no longer be a part of her little island place. It's not my problem. I need her back to take care of her delinquents. Please, as soon as possible. If you know a way to get that, I would like for that to happen. The last one. I just want to be able to keep my word. I just want to be able to keep my word and eventually just be the place where.
Please
I can
repeat what you just said. I was leaning back in my chair and I fully just fell over and unplugged everything.
You okay?
My microphone, headset, and keyboard all disconnect at the same time, and that's a new world record. That was so funny. So I heard the beginning of the second question. I heard bring back her people, and it cut off from there.
He effectively said that he loves that they're cool people. He can he needs her to come back so she can get her people, her little delinquents. Yeah, that's
All right,
effectively.
I got you.
Yeah.
I heard the start and I knew the basis of where it's going. I just didn't know if there's any specifics. Cool. You see, she goes, I'm gonna be so honest with you, darling, because that is what I pride myself on doing. Currently, there is not an easy way of doing that. Do I have a way that I can think of? Yes. Is it going to be easy for both me and or her? No. So that might require a little hands-on from you. If you are going to be asking me of this. But
I'll fucking do it. If it's the last thing, I will have to volunteer or like required to do. Again, they're great people. Mustang, great leader. I'm happy that I've talked to him. Mammoth,
Is
great kid. As far as I know, I think he's keeping things together.
it seems like, at least from my perspective, because I'm in his head. It seems like he's probably one of the most unstable ones in your group, but just hides it really well. Which is great because then he does a lot of fun shit that I get to watch. But who am I to judge for leadership positions?
Who's the stable one in the group?
Child. Well, no, not really the child. It was the gnome before he went away.
Oh my
Hooking
god.
away, I guess. Take it.
Are you telling me that a group of mentally unstable delinquents
Yes.
have been...
Why do you think they killed so many people?
God.
None of them have any rationality. It's crazy, and that's coming from me, darling. However, they do have their charms. And the fact that they do cause so much chaos. I swear to God, if they were a vintage... Oh. I would be forever drunk. Forever
She has to come
intoxicated.
back. I don't have the wisdom or intellect or people skills to do this. She has to come back. That has to happen.
But to be fair, don't expect the highest things from her. She is coming back from the hells, and tortured souls and all of that normally don't have the most leadership skills. Unless she's like really fucking tough. I don't know. The Dumbalas don't cause a lot of chaos. Unless in like large bursts, then of course they do. Oh, I do remember. Wait, no, what was his name? Oh, God, it's been so long. Shit. The old one. Oh, this one that I know of. Jordan? Hey, Jordan. That's funny. You almost have similar names. I think that's his name. The current head of the Nabala family.
Okay. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, no. He took place in the Monarch and God's conflict.
He lived?
Oh yeah. What a man.
Alright.
He fought on our
Let's
side too,
not.
which was hilarious because mortal men choosing entities not from his world to kill things that created his world. Oh, I
I'm
love
sorry.
prideful
He was
beings
on the
so
side
much.
of the monarchs?
Oh yes. He didn't quite privy how the divine were controlling the outcomes in this world. So he decided to take it into his own hands. Well, with our systems, of course. I don't think I ever fought alongside of him because I didn't really do fighting. I was more manipulating, but still hold respect. But yes, the Dumbalas do cause a lot of chaos every now and then. It's just in bursts.
Shout out to him. Cool. Alright, last thing, I just really, and again, I'm big on the whole freedom thing. If I find a thing that I'm passionate about and it doesn't conflict with our partnership, I just want the ability to be able to pursue it.
Like start a family.
Potentially, I don't know
Oh,
if
it's so
that's
cute.
hard for me. Okay, all right. I just
The
understand
little
that.
barbarian wants a happy ending. It can bring me to tears. What's wrong? Is that not adorable in your eyes as well? I will say this. You deserve one, darling. You have fought for so long. I would not care if you wanted to settle down and make mini little savages. Oh, and the offspring that you would make with Amaril. Whew!
I mean, let's
They
not
would be killers.
jump ahead.
They would be
Let's
killers.
not,
For sure. You could raise them to be the most peaceful little children. They would kill. Put them next to anything dangerous. Nope. Instruments would sing to them and they would murder.
That's
Good idea, actually. You should do that. You should do that.
I don't know if I don't know if it's like that, right? Because she has her stuff and I have my stuff and we have.
Oh, trust me. You have to get through the wall of commitment issues to get to there. I'm just dreaming.
Okay.
Girl can't dream.
Whoa, okay. I mean, fair, but also commitment issues. What's up with that? You seem like you know a little something.
I've seen conversations of you, Nerdon. You know, unless you're denser than I thought, which actually that's probably you are pretty dense.
I spoke to Horma about dating advice, so I mean,
you asked a sword for dating advice?
I surely did.
That's hilarious. Yeah, like a sword gets
a long
laid.
time. He did. That was the whole thing with the person whose body you were inhabiting.
That's different, alright? That was like some weird, that's like some necromancer skeleton shit, alright? Weird levels of kink, okay? Different.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm talking like game recognizes game, humanoid, being cheered on for by... Well, you don't need to know what I am, but nevertheless.
Yeah, those are the only three that I have.
So you want to be free to do whatever you wish, as long as it doesn't clash with my ascension. Me ascension, you ascension, our ascension. You want me to try and help your friends get to hell, so that they can go to hell. That's funny. Tell your friends to go to hell. Get your friends to Avernus so they can save the Damballa, so you can leave. And you don't want to make an official deal with me because you don't want to be bound to my will. Am I missing anything?
Nope.
Oh, well, you are thorough. I will say that. You, I think, have quadrupled, if not quintupled, the amount of time I talked with Kibli. And she didn't even ask questions. She just wanted results. Or, not results, rewards, excuse me. So,
God damn.
good on you.
But she didn't want the rewards of the. Fuck it. Okay.
I think, do you know what you would be very good at? If you ever want to retire from this life, become a lawyer. Or like some really like snobby politician-esque title, like a treasurer of somewhere. You'd be great for that. Just constantly looking through things in high detail. Because you're not smart, right? But you've just been screwed over enough that you are careful, and that's a very, very useful trait in the merchant world and politics.
You know, if there's a place that I'm not wanted for something, I will certainly maybe pursue it.
Orabunda, my favorite hometown. Well, not my hometown, but Mischief, Orabunda, pirates. Freedom lives, baby. Although I don't think many people need representation there. The courts are... well... pirate law isn't as lenient or uptight on their rules, I guess, as Paradise Peak is. Anyway, that's not important. You've put 3 things in front of me. If I must ask, and I must, I know what my other children can provide me, because I can take pieces of them and improve it, and I can make them stronger than they normally are. I can make them smarter than they normally are. I can make them more powerful as a whole as they already are. For a trifle of my power. I also know that they are, whether they know it or not, putting themselves on a pathway that will make them more powerful. Naturally. If you are not going to be on a similar pathway, I know what you can be useful for if you do get your powers back. Which technically I could awaken you again if you wanted to. But that would be part of a deal. I know you're not partial to those. What would you offer me? What could use of a savage hunter provide for someone that's trying to root for ascension? Because I sincerely doubt you know how the ascension process works.
I really don't.
No.
Yeah, no. When you started talking about ascension, I was like, all right. I mean, I don't know what that really entails. I thought you were more powerful than God, but I guess you're going back to being you. Funny. I mean,
I was until they trapped me. Well,
live your
they
truth,
didn't trap me.
you know?
They trapped me with the help of my brothers because they're assholes.
Yeah, I don't have a good relationship with monarchs, so I like when you started saying that you wanted to fuck over monarchs. I was like, yeah, go for it. That's pretty dope.
You really have a reason to. One has your entire family back alive.
Fuck the fact that you. What can I offer you?
Just because you're asking, which might not seem like it's only for your quest, but these are a lot. Because normally I just make deals with people and they are bound to servitude. So I need to know what you are bringing to the table besides your not so useful body at the moment.
Okay, all right. Kick
But
a man while he's down.
the only reason you're even getting this conversation is because I've seen you prove useful in sheer loyalty alone. Never mind your recklessness and willing to do dumb things. Which ends up in smart decisions, but dumb things in the moment.
Yeah, that's fair. Um, what can I offer you? I mean, what do you want? I guess that kind of cuts through a lot of the unnecessary thinking. What do you want?
Having powerful people in order to help me get things is always going to be a need for almost every powerful being. Gods send people on fetch quests, monarchs will send people on fetch quests. Hells, even other people will send other people on fetch quests. It's just a thing of whether they're too lazy, or they don't want to leave, or they can't leave, or they're being threatened and they need someone else to get it for them, or they want to kill someone else because they're being threatened, and yada 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 yada, you get it. Essentially, over the next couple of years, I hope so, I don't know exactly how long it's going to take for me to ascend, I am going to need a series of favors to do things for me, which can include nothing in between, striking down those who are holding my idols, and essentially, mainly, bring my idols back to me. I mean, your group already found one. Well, they found one, you didn't. But there are dozens upon dozens scattered throughout this plane and others, and, well, as I said, I can go places, but I really shouldn't. Because I need to start organizing my people. Because apparently I have a people now. I need to start making sure all of the parts, besides just my idols, of the Ascension Rite are within my grasp. Because I have a shit ton of gold now, which is great, because that kind of just greases the wheels a little bit for getting me there. But it is going to take time to get all the materials. Essentially, think of it like an errand boy, collector. I'm still gonna need you to kill people every now and then. That's about it, I think. Outside of that,
Yeah.
plus some minor details that I might think of later, but
As long as you're not asking me to like go and kill like innocent people, if they're dickheads in general, or they're a part of the game, the business, then
I mean,
fine.
well, they're all going to be people who are guarding my statues, so I highly doubt any of those are going to be innocent. You normally only hold my idols if you're trying to gain power, and most people that try and chase power aren't the greatest. Not normally.
Yeah, that's all I really need. As long as it's like they're not like without a shadow of a doubt innocent people. Like
Well, you
I'm
don't want to
pretty.
kill a bunch of children, a bunch of innocent children.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not up your alley.
I'm I'm really good on that. I lived a lifetime being a child soldier, so it kind of has a soft spot for not killing
I was
kids.
going to say, I think you've already killed a bunch of children yourself. So,
Yeah, you know.
your moral code's very interesting. Do you know that? Like, I know you
I
don't
don't
do
want
it because
to.
you've done it already and you know the feeling of carrying that on. But, like, you've already
Yeah.
done it, right? So, from my perspective, as someone who doesn't have mortal feelings of comprehension, guilt, and pain, and all of that, it just seems so funny to me. Oh, not funny, but just like, interesting that
I mean,
you,
it's kind
among
of
all
like
people, have the moral guidelines of killing.
yeah, it's kind of like you've been demoted from being a
Ooh, don't say
monarch
that.
or the full
I
power.
like you. Don't make
Uh,
me don't make me do that to you.
well, you see, you don't really like that. It's happened to you. You don't want to do it again, right?
I mean, it's not something that I did, right? It's something that happened to me, as you said.
Right. And I didn't choose to be a child soldier. It just kind of happened to me. And, so I don't
Well,
really
here's
want to
the
do
difference.
that
You
again.
fought with your people to kill a common goal. You could have just run away. You didn't have to fight in the war. I, unfortunately, was forced by my siblings to not undertake something I didn't want to do. I was just outright betrayed and shoved into a small stone idol. You just killed a bunch of
Were
children.
you the yeah? Were you the least favorite sibling or something?
I have a long history, and I think you can understand because you're not wise, but you have had an experience that allows you to have knowledge. You could take a guess with my title and how other people who are more powerful than me wouldn't like me trying to manipulate them and or people they like. Which I'm just doing my job. I'm not looking to cause trouble or well, I mean I am looking to cause trouble sometimes, but not to cause problems with them. They just take it personally.
That's fair. That's fair. I have one last question, and then I think I'm good, and I'm okay with the deal thing.
Hey, listen,
Yes.
I like this. This is the most conversation I've had in millennia.
Right.
This is fun for me.
I will. What I can offer you, I can hunt people. I'm a hunter. Tour dogs, average hunter. Sorry, I was.
You for that okay, honey, that was already implied. I already asked you to kill people and you said yes. I know your profession.
Okay, cool, gang. Oh, all right.
Was that a
That was
question?
just no. It
You
was
said one more question and then you said a statement like
no. The question
oof,
was
rough.
you are the monarch of mischief. When you're the
Yeah.
monarch of mischief, like if people like finished too quickly, was that like your doing or was that just like bad on their part?
Oh, I have been asked this before. You're not the first.
Okay,
I will
cool.
give you the same question that the poor sap that asked me. I gave him. You have to ask yourself a very serious question if this is being brought into question. Of is a near omnipotent being who can not just view this world but others, and has not just this world to govern, but has many different realms, worlds, and billions of people to watch over and manipulate their lives through one way or another to create a balance of chaos in the universe. If that person has the time and pettiness to cause your one sexual act to finish early and make you feel embarrassed about it, do you think that would be true of a being of that caliber? That they would do such a thing as a personal spite?
Other people, no. You, yes, I can see that being a thing that you do.
She smiles. The person who asked me, I absolutely did. But most people, no. If I think it's funny, sometimes I don't really try and abuse my power too much. I say that most of my power is just, doing what I want, but it depends. Like, if you're nervous, I normally don't try and fuck with them because they normally fuck it up themselves. But some people, like, really just annoy me, and I just kind of had. Well, I don't have it now, but I had like a. It's too complex for your mind to gather. Let me dumb it down a bit. I had like a person that I had given a portion of my power to, and they were just pure sexual side of mischief, and they just kind of kept track of the archetype I didn't like, and they just dished out the punishment. Well, not really punishment, the balance of chaos that I provide for me.
Okay. Yeah. So, is that cool for the deal? I also love that response. Is that cool for the deal or not deal? It's not a deal. Partnership.
Just about to say, you
Yeah.
really need to be better with your semantics. Because trust me, if
Yeah.
I was a Fae, you would have been fucked like 17 times by now. I mean, your party would have been fucked 17 times right now if I was a Fae. Very well, it depends.
There's a
Nevertheless,
reason that Mustang does the talking.
um, you give him too much credit sometimes. Or me too little credit, I guess. I don't know. Or the Fae too little credit. They are assholes through and through, by the way. Like, truly, most of them. You have to understand, I am a being of chaos. I rule over the domain of chaos throughout multiple realms. The Fae, people think they are my children and I like them. I hate them. They are terrible because they cause chaos for not the balance. They have no reason for it. They just do it because they think it's funny and they're assholes. Like, do you know there is a disease out there in your world that is caused because a Fae made a deal with somebody in the past and that person carried on their bloodline with so many people that it now affects a large portion of your society? Crazy. Why they do it? Because they're a prick. Because if it's funny. Gods, I could ramble about them all day.
A disease.
Hey, you know it by many different names. It's something that, you'll find out about it eventually. You might have it. Who knows?
What?
Anyway. I would say it's a deal, but as I said, we've come to agreement, it doesn't have to be. It's a partnership. She extends her hand outward.
Dornan will shake it with the hand that does not have the scalpel, or he'll switch it to the
Yeah.
proper hand for the handshake.
And as soon as you make contact, she goes, again, if I was a Fae, you would have been fucked. Again, like, see, you'd never shake hands with someone if you think they're Fae and or make deals. Don't do it. Ears are pointy, no touchy. Well, it depends. Zyrus's ears are pointy, and you touchy a lot.
Okay, all right. The fact that you watched that is kind of.
I didn't watch it. I'm not bonded with you. I just know you did it.
Okay, all right.
Lies.
Shut up. I hear you. I will break this fourth wall right now. I swear to God. No. Yeah, no, I'm not like. I mean, trust me. I have watched certain acts because I was curious to see if they live up to their expectations. A lot of people talk a lot of hype. Not a lot of people live up to it. Some people say nothing and pleasantly surprise the other. That's not important. But I will say there is one that I'm very interested in seeing. I can't really view that far back because his mind is kind of fucked. But I want to know how your little smoky friend caught feelings for a robot. I guess they're called wolfeaters where you're from.
Excuse
Because,
me?
like, how does one... Well, I can see how one
Excuse
can
me?
enter the other, but, like, the robot really is not getting... Like, he can't... I
Wait,
guess he can
pause.
give.
Hold
but-
on. Huh? What is that? What are you doing? Mustang did what with a what?
Oh, you know Warforged in your realm. They're called
Yeah.
other things, other places. Yeah, I don't know if he did it or not in the past, but I know they certainly have a history. And I've been watching him in these past few days, and he's getting a bouquet of flowers, and I don't think they're for having a nice dinner out. I'm
Mustang.
just curious about the semantics behind it, right? Because one is made of smoke, and one is made of metal, right? So how does it? It's just I've never seen it before. It's a first, and trust me, for me, that's impressive.
Do
For it to be a
either of
first.
them have the sensation to get off, or like, cause that's
Great question. Well, because I know, right, both technically have souls, and can feel some emotions for your souls and da 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 da, but the body is mainly where you get the neurological chemicals that cause the pleasures of pain, cause like pleasures, pains, all of those types of feelings. I just don't know physically how it works. Like, what does it look like? So I look forward to finding out if he doesn't fumble this.
When did he have time to start fucking with a Warforged?
It was before you even met him.
Oh, okay.
As I said, when I make deals with people, I can delve a little bit further into them, but pun intended. But I can't do it with you because, you know, no deal.
That's fair. All right, that's actually, honestly, for the best. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
plus, you are all like, from what I know about you, of viewing other people's memories of you and what you have told them, I think I want to. It just seems sad, depressing. Like, no offense, you do not have a lot going for you.
Thank you. It's hard to be offended when it's so true.
Well, you know, I say nothing but the truth. That is a lie. But most of the time, I tell the truth. That may also be a lie. But it's better to trust a liar than someone that you think tells the truth. A liar will tell you when they're telling the truth, and you know they're a liar. But a truth teller, you don't know if they're a liar or not.
Yeah, I guess.
Anyways, what do you want to do? And you see during this conversation, like, you've looked over periodically, and you see she is fully crocheting what looks like to be a small, like, replica of a bird. You can't tell what stage in this process is of what bird, but it has wings and looks like she's crocheting the tail at this point.
Assumably, I have to go save your minions.
Oh, come now. They call children.
I'm sorry, I have to go save your children, but I can't do that until I figure out what's wrong with me.
No. I mean... I don't know if telling you is going to help you, but... I mean, I could begin the process if it...
That would help. That would help a lot.
How about this? I will say one thing. You... Before you go back, I'm going to give you some options here. One, I can kill you and I can reincarnate you so you look different. Like, you will just be a physically different person when you go back. Still all your same memories and item abilities and all that lovely stuff. But that is an option. And the Monarchs, since you haven't made a deal with me, shouldn't know that you specifically are you. If you go with your friends, of course, then you'll, smell of me no matter what. But anyway, that's not important. But at least the people of the island won't know it's you. I can give you a disguise ring that can cast basic spells. Don't know how useful that's gonna be. Hello, other people. He's a kind of star. He talks to voices in his head all the time. It's fine. How's the rest of the party people doing this fine evening?
Sorry, my bad.
What was the last thing you heard?
The second thing that she could just give me a disguise.
Right now, yeah, she said she could kill you and reincarnate you so you look different and are different. And she goes, I can give you a ring that can make you look different, but it is just a spell, and I know I am smart enough to know there are powerful magic casters and wards on the island, so risk it if you will. I can make you invisible, I could turn you into an animal, Don't know how useful you'd be like that, though. It would be funny to see you as like something like a toad or something, though. I feel like you make a funny toad. Because you know, like toads do like they do like war cries. Do you know that about toads?
I didn't.
They're very funny creatures, actually. I used to have a pet one back in the day before it died. I kept it alive for centuries, but some idiot slew it because they thought it was like a greater creature of like evil design. It was just a toad, dude. It was just big. Anyway, what was I talking about?
You were talking about the options that I have.
Right. I mean, yeah, no. I can give you a few different ones, including the ones I've already said, but it's really up to you of how thorough you want to be.
And this helps me get my ability. One of them does help me get my abilities back. What does the disguise help me do?
Oh, not die. Presumably your body's already been discovered, and if you show up and show your face, I saved you once, buddy. Don't know if I can save it again, because I was expecting Mr. Rennell. It only seemed obvious that he would try and either silence you or get you out of the picture. I don't know if they has how many assets he has on the island, and if they are informed to continue to look out for you, or what's the situation. Going back as yourself is extraordinarily dangerous.
That's fair. That's fair.
The getting your powers back part, I cannot do that tonight. That is going to be something that you are going to have to work towards.
Oh, you're telling me I have to go get them tonight?
Oh, no. You don't have to get them tonight, but I would suggest warning them. Because in the next day, tomorrow, or the day after, my brother's gonna get to Paradise Peak. And when he does, the council's going to adjourn, and one way or another, you're getting dragged up that mountain. Well, I say you. They are getting dragged up that mountain.
So how much actual time do I have to figure this shit out?
Maybe a solid 24, 35-ish hours. Anywhere in between there. By the way, I don't expect your powers to get back by then. As I said, I can start the process. It is fully up to you whether or not it works. So you might, I don't know, I can't guarantee it. I won't lie to you about that. Because that would be really bad to say it will, and then it won't, and then you die, and I spent an hour talking for nothing.
I'll try to figure it out.
However,
on my own.
No. However, I will say this. So here's the thing: how opposed are you? Excuse me, to breaking. Well, you already broke. You did breaking, entering with me. You're not opposed to stealing things, are you?
It's really not.
If it's for the better of the good, aka your survival.
Yep, pretty all right with that.
Wonderful. So, I will tell you this because we have gained a partnership, and the events have already transpired and are past the point where you are technically dead, so you can't really tell anyone if you wanted to, and no one would believe you because you're not you. The man who asked me to save Evelyn Gray, funny enough, would you believe it? Separate from the person who asked me to embarrass them. God, I love when I get multiple orders that can be done in the same place at once. Was no other than Nordstrom Fullbuster, one of the other sponsors. He contacted me and said there was a vote from the council to decide whether or not she was going to be humanely kept on the island and all of the sponsors would be recalled back and be protected, or she would be sent away and dealt with on the wall where, you know, she's not going to cause anyone problems. He didn't like that because he was mumbling about the friendship and whatnot. And he said that he was going to be leaving the island, fleeing it, because they are going to figure out that he's the one that asked me to do it pretty soon. Because there's only so many people that know where that site was, a little watery prison that they have.
He also was working on quite a few experiments. And I happen to know what a few are, and I think one might be very good for you. Just as a hold me over until you get your groovy back. Is that still a thing? Do people still say that?
Groovy?
Yeah, it's like dancing moves that make you feel real, I don't know, sexual like? I never really understood it. It was just a fun word. It was like
haven't
what was the other one? Like movement. People called it movement.
I have not heard that in some time.
Well, I'm sure the words will come back. Everything comes back eventually. Then people think it's new and get excited about it. Oh, people are simple. Anyway, yeah. I can give you an item to steal from there. Break into his wizard tower, pop in, pop out, and well, you'll have a much better chance at living than staying in your current. She's about to insult you and she stops. She goes, your current state.
How am I gonna sneak in without my shit, my abilities?
Darling, you parted with the Monarch of Mischief. You'll find a way.
All right. I guess Beanie is the solution here.
And warn your friends, because at this point, I know your little Kiply friend has trust issues. And also, she is sitting in a depressive episode right now in her room. Actually, I don't know if it's depressive. She's just kind of staring at a wall, and she has been for a long time. It's a good thing she is undead, otherwise she probably would just starve herself by now. So I feel like if I popped in, it's not going to do much. But if you popped in, you know, she's going to believe you a little bit more than I. Just warn them that they should probably leave the island, or they are going to be potentially arrested and killed by the council.
Alright.
And if
well,
they agree, I can guide them here, or I can guide you to come here. I'm not going to be staying here though. I'll probably find somewhere else. And we can meet up. We can chat about what your next step is.
Cool. Hey, that stuff that Kipley decided not to get. Can I have that information or?
Roll me persuasion check.
Alright. Come on.
Which is funny because I think you didn't have a bonus persuasion before either, so it's just still a flat roll.
Yeah, she's a flat roll.
7. 9.
Inspiration.
Sure. Surely that will change things. God, it's funny because the tone that you delivered that in was already like you accepted failure, and the dice said, "Hey, bud, let me match your freak."
Oh my god.
let me double down on that. Oh, darling. Listen, I technically made the deal with Kipley, not you. So semantically, I can't. If she wants to come back begging, maybe. However, what she asked for technically has been deluded by the world events that have happened. So I can't even maintain the same deal as per what she requested, meaning that most of what she asked for is forfeit. As to finding a new way to your little island of Ravinica, I might be open to it. Only because one of my idols are there. And I would very much like you to get it. That can be your first step. Baby steps.
go to the island, grab a little idol. You were already going to the island anyway. Potentially make it try and seem like you were doing it for your sponsor so she can... Was she giving you the sword, or was she giving you, like, telling you where the sword was?
He was, I think, telling me where it was, and I
Right,
had to go get
okay.
it. Yeah.
I mean, you could try and lie to her and say that you didn't... that you completed your mission and that all is good on your front, and you can get that information anyways. And then you know where the sibling is.
Yeah, I don't want to lie to my sponsor, even though I'm doing this because it's like the most logical thing to do. I don't want to lie to my
Well,
sponsor
it's
because
not
she has.
technically a lie. You still, if you do it, you're technically accomplishing your goal, right? She didn't
Yeah,
specify how you do it.
yeah, that's fair.
You just
Plus, if she's not mad at Kipley for making a deal with you, then I don't think she can really be mad at me.
I don't know if she knows. Maybe? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what she is, to be fair. Your sponsor, she's certainly eldritch in nature. I just don't know to what fortitude, to what level she would be ranked among us. Um, she's just kind of weird. I do know what she is called. I just don't know what she is. Because I've heard of her. I just don't know what specifically she is. I am confused why she hides her power, though. That is stupid. Like, just reveal it, and then you get way more respect, riches, all the fuck that you want, instead of being all subvert and, no, I'm just a warlock, I'm not a patron.
people have their reasons for being weird, so I don't really question it.
Whatever. Well, talk to them, inform them. Either way, try and make them not die. If they do, I can't really do much over here, and, well, I already saved your life once, can't do it many more times. I mean, I can try, just the timing of it. I have to be watching you, and I was watching you. If I'm not watching you, and then, something happens, I'm not responsible for it. And I do have other things to do besides watch you. I have a long list of things to do. Oh.
I'll do what I can do.
Alright, go break into a wizard's tower. Oh, right, and I did say I would help you. And she finishes up the crochet bird, which you see is a seagull. It's a little mini crochet version of a seagull. And she just kind of throws it up into the air, and you watch as it sprouts feathers and begins to fly off into the distance towards the setting sun. And as you kind of look up, following the bird's path of like, what the fuck? You don't see as she lurches over towards you and punches you in the face. I'm gonna go ahead and roll to hit real quick. You have an AC of 10, right?
Yep. AC 10.
Cool. I only do this because I want to show you the benefits, show you, the benefits of what you have done for her. It's a 36 to hit.
Yeah, I think that hits. It just barely hits.
It's not a clawed hand or anything like that. It's just a normal fist. Lordane isn't the most muscular person in the world, so it is still rather small. It impacts into you, and you immediately go unconscious. As the minimum damage is still more than enough to knock you out as a non-lethal blow. As you are knocked out, you wake up back in the snow. However, it is not the ocean of where you were just walking. It's not the same visage that you saw when you were on the brink of death. Or, excuse me, when you were dying back on the Renell's Dweller. Instead, this looks very familiar to you. This is your home island. This is Westeros. And as you look around, you can see it is unconventionally covered in snow. And in front of you stands a figure, clouded in the mist. And you can see just kind of standing about, I want to say like maybe like 60, 70 feet away. You just see this cloaked figure standing in a mist of different like snow and what feels like almost the beginning of rain, just a little bit like sleet coming down. What do you like to do?
God. Fuck what? This is it? Could he possibly try to see if this is like a like a magical situation? Which I mean, getting here probably, but like, is this actually his home or is this his memory or?
It's left up to your own personal guess. She didn't tell you what she was gonna do, so you don't know. Actually, go ahead. I will say, go ahead and make me a perception check though, real quick.
Gang. I'll give you the most solid D20 you've ever seen in your life.
Hey!
Oh,
It
natural
was the
20.
most solid
Let's
D20 I've ever seen in
go.
my life. Natural 20. You look around and you notice some things. You are wearing all of your old equipment before it was destroyed. You have the halberd still. You don't have Herma, but you are wearing the same thing that you wore when you got all of your official items from Paradise Peak before you left on the journey to go with the Six. And the outfit that you're wearing looks like it was from roughly about like, give or take, like 6 years ago, maybe 7.
Type shit. You said there was a figure.
Figure standing in the mist, roughly about like 50, 60 feet away from you. Just standing there, not approaching. No words and or finer details that you can make out in the slight snow that begins to fall, but you can still see the silhouette through it.
Duradon's gonna be like, this is real creep activity. I like, why are you just standing in the mist?
No response.
I'm gonna have to come closer to you. Is this what this is gonna be? Okay. Alright. Duradon pulls out the halberd and begins approaching.
As you do, you hear a slight murmuring, kind of a small rhyme, kind of just being heard throughout the snow. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Dead druids at our door. 5, 6, 7, 8. Dad is the greatest. He is going to save us all. But not before Duradon will fall. And please roll initiative as you see this little figure come rushing out towards you in the snow. The hood comes falling back, and the face that you see is little guy. Sorry, Jared.
You don't make
Sorry,
me do
Jared.
this. Don't make me.
You can roll me initiative as we go over to Kipley. My not so feathered friend. As Kipley is remaining within the Kroll estate, this is your second day there. Has Kipley done anything since you were asked by Mira to stay?
No.
Would she like to do anything? Even after hearing the update from Mustang. And also give us a little insight into what's going on inside Kipley's head as she sits staring at a wall for almost the entirety of the time. Press needs to know.
Honestly, yeah. I think she's just literally, there's not a lot going on. She's just done her normal thing of just disconnecting, and I don't think she's bothered to come back. She feels like she's kind of been cornered into a space that she doesn't feel like she has much choice. So why exist in it?
At some point earlier in the kind of mid-afternoon, you do receive first thing is another sending, but you recognize it is not a voice in your head, it is a voice in the room as you hear the speaking stone in your bag begin to echo as you, hello? This is like the 5th time I've tried to call today. Kipley, are you good? Are you there? Hello? Earth to the Batwoman. I repeat, Earth to the Batwoman. I guess ground to the Batwoman, air to the Batwoman. Batwoman's kind of a cool name if you're still workshopping. Are you good, Kip? You hear Vince's voice ring out?
Boy.
Oi.
Um,
Oi, indeed.
I think, like with a long, just 1,000-yard stare, her hand kind of slips into her pocket and brushes against that stone. Everything's great.
I've been trying to contact you for like an entire day. What do you mean everything's great? Are you good? I heard shit went down with Mustang, and I heard Duradon's in the hospital right now. What happened? Your job go south or something? Are you all right?
Yeah. It's not good.
Oh, okay. What level of not good are we talking? Because I have gotten little to no detail. All I know is that Mustang got his shit rocked and his gun stolen. And that your friend Duradon is currently
Vince?
being held inside of a military facility? What's going on? Are you safe right now?
I don't know.
You need help?
Oh man. I think she pulls the rock out of her pocket and she tosses it across the room.
And you can hear him continue to talk. Hello, are you okay? Kipley? If you are there and not talking, my concern only grows. If you can hear this, as I'm going to talk louder than normal, I am concerned about you. I haven't heard from you in a while. I hope you're okay. I say this in the most non...
She casts Eldritch
kinda-
Blast at it.
Holy shit. Okay, go ahead, roll me to hit.
Oh. Wait.
With your luck, I have to see if you roll a natural one. I'm sorry.
I know, it's fair.
Knowing Kipley. Ooh. Hey, when it comes to sadness, your girl got it unlocked. Roll damage for the sake of 6.
Oh, fuck me.
6. Okay. You watch as the small stone explodes into a kind of burst of white snow, and fills the room for a moment before slowly falling onto the carpet and beginning to melt.
She like blinks, pushes to her feet.
And as you stand up, the door opens, and you see Mira, who you know is stationed outside your room, goes, "Is everything all right there? I heard a small explosion? A knock? I really don't know what it was, but I heard something. Are you all right?"
No.
No? What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Do you need something?
Yes, I need to go.
Hey, we discussed this, dear. I don't think it's a good idea, and we have to wait at least until Miss Kroll comes and sees you again.
When's that going to be?
I can send word for her. I don't have a timetable. I know she's extraordinarily busy with the whole council meeting thing going on right now. I can give me... Or pauses. Give me at least a few more hours to try and contact her. Don't know how long she'll be. Maybe she'll come right away. Maybe she won't. I don't know. I can't guarantee.
Alright, Mira.
I feel like this is a redundant question because it seems like an obvious no, but are you alright?
No? She smiles.
Do you like need a hug or something?
No, don't touch me.
Oh, great. Okay. I'm gonna close the door now. I'll go see if Miss Crow's available.
Could you do me a favor?
Sure.
She
What can I do
turns
you for?
and reaches into her bag. Could you return this for me? She puts a book onto the ground and slides it forward.
Where did you get... Oh, did you take this up from the library?
I rented it. I didn't take it.
I said take it out. You know, take a renting, same thing. Never mind.
I just don't want you to think I'm a bad person.
I don't think you're a bad person. I just think you're being a wee bit scary right now.
I'm sorry, that was never my intention.
Wait, you're very good at being accidentally scary then, miss. Sorry, I don't mean to insult or make you upset more than you already are. I know you don't like being cooped up in here and you want to go see your friends. I will go see Miss Kroll, and I'll send for someone to bring the book back.
Wait. Make sure it's someone you trust.
Bring the book back?
Yeah, can you just do it for me? I actually trust you.
It's a book, darling. I'm pretty sure it's gonna
Have
be
you
alright.
ever met the librarian?
I haven't really gone up on the second floor, no.
Alright, well, I'm just gonna tell you. She's like far scarier than any of the sponsors you've come across.
That can't be true. Okay, you're saying this right after I just got on the bad side of Miss Kroll, and I'm pretty sure there's no one that's scarier than her.
I've been on the bad side of Miss Kroll. I've not been on the bad side of this librarian, and nor do I ever want to be.
Message understood. I'll make sure it's someone I can trust, because I can't be in two places at once. Let me just check something real quick. And she goes and opens up the back of the book and looks at the return date. And kind of just looks at it and looks up at you, looks at it, looks up at you. You said she was scary?
God help us all. What is the date?
It was due yesterday.
Alright, well maybe choose someone you trust but you don't like.
I don't like. Are we sentencing this person to death? What's going? It's a book on the histories of Paradise Peak.
I don't know. Unless you
Okay.
want
Should I send like a
you want to
familiar
not
to
have
this?
any guilt. If you want the guilt-free option, I could return it.
Ooh, alright. I feel like it's trying to get a loophole here. The book can wait. It's already been the day.
Alright,
So I
well
don't
that
think
is
an
your
hour's gonna
choice.
be worse.
You currently have it in hand, and that would mean you have taken it from me.
Don't try and put this on me, girlie. I will send a familiar to go and deliver it, and I will go ask around for Miss Kroll. Alright? Does it sound like a good compromise? Or none of us have to go talk to this scary person?
It's your choice, Mira.
Okay, alright. Are you sure do you want to walk around the manor? You don't have to stay in the room. It looks like hell in there. It smells of old middled wine and... Did you get the carpet wet? She sees where the snow burst exploded. Why don't you walk around the estate while I'm getting Miss Kroll? She's not gonna go running on me, are you? Because if she comes here and you're not here, you know what's gonna happen to me.
No.
Bad things, Miss Kipley. Really bad things. I might not see my family again. I don't even have a family. That level of bad. She will give me a family to take it away.
Have you ever been given a really terrible choice that you had to make?
No offense, in the past few days, I've been given many.
And did you choose the thing you wanted or the thing you felt you had to do?
Ooh. I don't know if it's different for you because you're an awakened and you're a vessel. I don't
I'm
really
just
get to
asking for you.
choose. Oh, I know that's what I'm saying. I don't really get to choose what I want in life. If I really wanted to do something, it would not be working here. No offense to Miss Kroll, she can be very nice at times,
It can also not be very nice at times, and it's a workload and a half. I have to work 2 jobs, here and down at the guild hall. Uh, and well, my life's direction was kind of not a choice for me, so I don't really feel like I can answer that honestly by saying I get to choose what I want. If this is for like a deeper meaning of context for what you're about to do or you've recently done, please don't use me as like a measure of responsibility or similarity between us. I don't think I'm a good person for that.
I think you're the perfect person for that.
Oh, yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Don't, please, Miss Kipley. Whatever you did was wrong, or you think was wrong, or you're feeling regrets right now. I would, you know, process it in your own way. Just don't feel like you got to do the slave mind esque dealership that I'm currently in right now, where it's a situationship, but also a deal, but also something that pays me money so I can keep eating a roof over my head, but also providing me a roof over my. But it's a different thing.
Right, okay. What would make you happy?
I would love a vacation somewhere. Um, don't tell Miss Kroll I'm saying this between friends. Well, I don't know if we are friends or not, sorry. I'm saying this between two people who are in a similar situation. Um, I would love to leave the island. And specifically, I have a cousin in Orabunda. She does a lot of freelance work there. And I heard you don't really need a lot of experience to get into the business there. They kind of teach you as you go. So learning to be a pirate would be kind of cool. Not like a swashbuckling one, but there are people who have to deal with the paperwork of like taking care of ships, like being a shipwright or like a bowsman or something that is traveling so I can go and see the world would be nice.
With your family?
I don't have a family. That line was meant to be like, she'll give me a family and then take them away because I don't have anything right now.
Oh, so you're
I'm
a
by myself right
liar.
now. I'm not a liar. It was a figure of speech.
I don't mean that in an accusatory sense. I mean, I understand it.
It's not. No,
It's
it's
a
not a
form of
lie.
armor.
No, you can say like birds of a feather stick together, but it doesn't mean we're birds, right? Like
You said you had a family.
no, I didn't. I'd
Yes, you
say
did.
I said she would give me a family to take it away, be, to make things worse as a level of like punishment. Because I don't have it right now. Like you understand that I'm not like close to rock bottom, so I don't have much to give. So I said she would give me something just to take it away to punish me. Are we on the same wavelength right now? I
My
feel like you're hearing
mistake.
something that I'm not. Right, because you seem, no offense, like you're processing something traumatic and you're not doing it in the best way. And I don't want you to get a negative feeling towards me because of it. Because a few days ago, you said you owed me your life, and then you've been acting real creepy like since then. Again, no offense, but it is scaring me a little bit.
Really, I
And
felt like I was giving you everything you were asking. I
no,
literally sat here in this room and did nothing.
I appreciate you stayed in this estate and you're resting up as you should be, but the lion undertone. I don't know why I'm still talking. I'm just gonna go find my scroll. Do you need anything else, dear, besides the book?
No.
Alright. Again, if you want some fresh air, you can get some. Just please don't leave the estate because you know what will happen if you do.
Right, backyard.
Backyard. I'm not going to
unfortunate. All right, I'll see you in
Well,
a bit.
I can get. There's like, fuck it, whatever.
And she begins to go down the stairs. She leaves the door open behind her. And she goes down the stairs and begins to head out to go find a familiar to deliver the book because she's not fucking doing that. And find Curl. Do you leave your room?
Yeah,
You should walk around the estate.
yeah.
Wonderful. Go ahead and roll me a straight d20. It's gonna be a luck check.
19.
19. Okay. You don't run into anything peculiar or anything particular. You do see there are other people here. As it's been explained to you, vassals that don't have housing or have not requested it, or excuse me, that have requested it, normally live with their sponsor if they have some sort of housing unit for them, or they have some part of the island that they own. And this Evelyn Kroll is pretty damn rich. She has you see there's a number of both vassals and people that's just kind of under her care / work for her. That's currently just wandering about the estate because it is for you right now. It's like 12, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So you can see the snowfall is kind of not too bad right now. It's more of just like a slight misting more than anything else. And you see a few people kind of give you a little look and wave as you pass. Most people give you a wide berth as you do. And you're unsure as to why in the moment, but also you know you have many reasons. It's not completely unusual, especially considering your past, but
She's entirely uncomfortable with all these people looking at her.
and unfortunately you don't see too many, excuse me, familiar faces. But as you are out and about, Mustang and Mammoth, what would you two lads be up to? I know you had your shopping trip and then you were asking around. Did you have any other plans that you would like to do? Besides, of course, I assume go to the guild hall and search for Matic.
Yeah, that's at the end of the day, though. Mammoth?
I don't know.
Well, if you can't find any better place, the next highest thing on his to-do list, since he can't really go see his friends because they're all locked up, let's just go to the guild hall and wait to see if maybe the librarian shows up.
So you're just gonna sit there and wait until she does?
Well, he's
confirming?
he's not really got much else to do yet. He's kind of in this uncomfortable waiting that he has to do.
You wait for a while. You ended your shopping around like 3 o'clock. It's about like 5:30 when you see movement in the library. And you see it is not actually the librarian, but you see it is this smaller green figure with spines running along running along its back and two kind of bulbous eyes. Like they're looking outwards on each side, kind of like prey animal. And you see it's only about like 2.5, maybe like 3 feet tall. And it comes running up the stairs. You kind of turn around and look. As I assume you're waiting in like the common area of the library, not the actual study hall.
No, he is not in the innermost sanctum.
You see this little creature running with a book held over its head, and you watch as it runs and kind of not slams, but like drops the book onto the counter, goes to run away, and the book pages automatically open and flip to the back, where you can see there is a symbol drawn in the air that spells out. And what languages do you speak, Mustang?
I think common and primordial.
Ah, so not a
Yes.
language that you know. You see runes pop up in the air above the book. It kind of glows orange for a moment, for the book slams shut and is almost thrown or dragged by an invisible force deeper past you into the library. And the small closet familiar that is running out, you watch it here. You just hear a poof and no more sound.
Odd. Mustang will get up and investigate as to why he heard a poof.
You turn the corner and you see. You heard him climb up the stairs. You look and there is just a small little darkened spot on the rug of where he was last standing.
Mustang, his face drops, given his recent track history with blowing people into smithereens without knowing that he's doing it. He looks at this darkened spot and he looks down at his hands in horror, thinking that he might have done this.
Go ahead and make me an insight check. I'll say with advantage.
Okay. 19.
Did I do this? You look down, you know it's not you. And you are also unsure if it's dead. Because this is the same spot that showed up underneath Belle when she was sent to the unknown shadow realm, wherever she was sent to after the librarian cast her away.
Okay. Thinks about it a little longer, uses his context clues that that's a familiar dark spot, and he also has no casting focus on him at the moment. He's got one in his bag, but his main one's stolen. So he's like, oh, he certainly feels a lot better, and he's gonna pay any mind to it, because how is he gonna follow that little closet? He needs a librarian. So he's gonna go back to waiting.
As you kind of like, oh, and turn around to go back to sitting, the librarian is right in your face. Like an inch away from your face.
Mustang, he turns around, inch away, he stumbles back, he's like, holy shit! And he almost eats it, stumbling backwards, and his hand goes for his holster, but obviously there's nothing there.
Make me a dexterity saving throw for the funnies of it.
Alright.
If you roll in that one, you're going down the stairs.
No, I rolled 23. I got a plus
you're
6.
you kind of grasp onto the railing as you almost ate it all the way down. But you see she's standing there, kind of arms behind her back, kind of just clasping her hands together. And you hear her go,
Can I help you? You are waiting within my halls, I assume, for that purpose.
Yeah, that's the same one that was I told you a few days ago. I'd really love to know where you sent that awful lady that burnt all your books that I'm going to pay for. Somehow.
Why does that concern you?
Well, when you sent her away, she had something in mind. Something that was real important to me that I really ought to get back.
Is it not replaceable?
No, it's not. Imagine if someone came into your library, someone much dustier, much more disgusting than I. They come into your library and they steal your books. Even your most prized books, they're gone. Snap. And you can't get them back. There's nothing you can do. It'll never be the same because it won't be the same books that you had.
The room around you grows dark. You see, almost like in movies when it begins to tunnel vision, you see the corners out of the peripheral vision of your eye. It's not like the walls are moving in, but just this coating of darkness begins to form almost like a dome around the two of you as you continue this dark monologue about her losing her prized possessions.
Seems you get it then. That's what
I'm
I want to do to her.
What do you mean that is what you want to do to her?
He gestures to the darkness around him.
And she goes,
Oh. Sorry.
and it immediately pulls back and fades.
Are you going to try and kill her? Because that is not something I desire. For one, I was told to keep her alive. Interrogation is supposed to be occurring tomorrow, I believe. The guard didn't have time, so I was holding on to her. But if you have an item on her person you need to retrieve, you can wait until the morrow to get it. If I release her now or send you there, I don't think you would be able to deal with her. You already scorched my rug with your corpse once. What good would it do sending you to her now without, I assume, some prized possession of yours?
You certainly are talking sense. I had a backup plan, but if I can get it without fighting, as much as I would like to hurt her really, really badly, I can do without.
She killed you the first time. Use common sense.
Oh, you should have seen how many times I've almost killed her. She got lucky this once.
You see, there is a veil. You cannot see her eyebrows. As a person made of smoke, you can you can feel the raising of a smoky eyebrow on the opposite side of you. She just kind of slightly tilts her head in confusion.
Listen, it's complicated. If I could go back and redo things, I would. But I can't, and I'm working with what I got right now.
We all wish for such things. If I didn't have you under my protection, Jorb would have gotten hurt. But now he suffers because of it.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Again, if there's anything you want me to do, I'll do it. I owe it to you.
Oh, trust me. The time will come where I call upon you, and you will answer.
Oh, I'm getting sick of hearing that, but yes, ma'am.
Narrows her eyes, which is literally just like the light behind the mask kind of dims for a second as
She's just like me.
she is just like you actually. Not exactly, but you do you can see now that you're getting up close and having these conversations, you think her body might work in a similar way. It's definitely not made of smoke because she doesn't leave any footprints or any dust behind her. But the face, maybe? Or it might be some sort of illusion or effect over it. You don't know, but at least the effect seems to be similar ask to you.
Ask you a personal question.
She turns as she was going to walk away.
Can I?
What is it?
Are you? And he kind of gestures to her face. Like me?
She laughs like a good minute. I'm not going to do it the entire time.
Do it.
No,
Yeah, start
no.
the clock.
I want to breathe. Thank you. She stops.
We are nothing alike. Nothing alike.
Mustang just puts both his hands up. All
Is
right.
that all?
Yeah, I was just curious. Thank you.
You are welcome to stay here for the night. And you can retrieve your precious item when Captain Eingard comes and interrogates her tomorrow morning.
And whereabouts will that be?
Here.
Love how streamlined this place is. That's one thing that you don't find off Paradise Peak.
I have no reason to leave my domain.
And you know, for that, I am happy for you.
I do not need your sentiment of happiness.
You can have it anyway.
I would prefer not to.
All right, but God damn it! You know, I say one good thing about this place. All right. Well, then you're stuck with my adieu. Then, goodbye.
And turns and whisks away.
Mustang's kind of grumbling, like, oh, they're so sassy. What?
Oh, where you heading?
Well, he's just gonna wait here because that's what's safe and what Captain Eingard would want of him until it's time for him to find Matic. I'll hang out with Mammoth. Try not to be crazy.
You doing anything during this time?
Just kind of fidgeting, listening to Mammoth, or to Mustang's conversation.
Oh, hey, Mammoth.
Hi.
I gotta go somewhere tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to leave you by yourself, but I don't think you can come with me.
Why not?
It's kind of, something for adults. And I think, you remember that, big, tall sheriff type from earlier? Matic?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say I'm going out with him, but we are going out somewhere together.
Oh.
And I think he might not be pleased with me. He's already not very pleased with me, if you can't tell, if I've got a stowaway.
Well.
So unless you think you could be really stealthy, you gotta stay here.
I can be stealthy.
Oh, don't tell me that. I'm gonna tell you to stay here, but you're a man, you can make your own choices. But I'm telling you to stay here. All right?
I'd rather not leave you alone.
Okay. Don't. It kind of makes like a zipping the lips motion.
Oh, well, Mustang, go ahead and make me a intelligence check, DC 5.
15.
Cool. You're not going alone either. Keep that in mind. You're going with guards wherever you go.
Manic will feel at home amongst guards. It's a little different with Mammoth.
No, that's for sure. I was just reminding you. You have 15 though?
Yeah.
If you were thinking of somewhere else safe, you can at least think of 2 other places.
Sweet.
You could drop him off, and hopefully Vince or someone is there to babysit him at Garen's Crossing. Or you could bring him to the ship and hope that Cyrus is there.
I don't like either of my prospects.
Those are the only ones that you're getting right now.
Holy shit. All right. Okay. As this dawns on Mustang that his options are a quite uncouth captain of theirs and a literal crime boss. Okay, Mammoth. You might actually need to follow me. I need you to hang so far back. So far. Like, I can't even smell you. That's how far you need to be.
You won't even know I'm there. Trust me.
Oh God.
You promise? Because if I blow this, you know what? Look at me. I'm trying to scheme my way out of this like I always do. I'll just tell Matic what's going on, and I'm sure he'll understand.
Yeah, or I could tell him.
No. Well, no. You know, maybe you
Okay.
could turn into like a rat, and I could put you in my pocket.
Well, that's what I was gonna do, but now it's not as cool.
Oh, you know, never mind. I didn't think of that. It probably wouldn't be good to put you in my pocket anyways. It's not exactly the most breathable of places.
Who are we
Yeah, it's
putting
probably all
in
dusty.
pockets? You almost completely silent. Don't hear and or see the large warforged form
Oh
of
no.
Matic kind of head poking out of the stairs. He's not like fully in the room, but clearly perceptive enough to catch the tail end of that conversation. So you rolled damn well on a stealth check.
Oh,
What are we putting in our pockets? Sorry, I heard the sound of
Not
something
me.
being incinerated up here. Not. Why would you be being put in a pocket?
I don't know. Why
Mustang,
would you
he
say that?
looks over his shoulder, slow turn in horror, and the minute he makes eye contact with Matic, he just goes red in the face. Yeah, we're definitely not talking about putting anybody in any pockets ever at all. Hey, the people being incinerated, it wasn't me this time.
That's a completely normal statement that you've just said. Sorry if I'm interrupting. I can come back later if you're busy.
No. You're never interrupting. Did you need something?
Right, no, you asked to meet me when I was off work.
Oh
We
god,
said
and then he
we-
looks down into a non-existent watch. You see he pulls back his sleeve and it's just smoke.
Well, yeah.
He looks back at Matic in horror. Is that now?
I mean, yeah, technically any other duty I would have would just be to watch over you anyway, so... Kind of
Okay.
killing 2 birds with 1 stone, I guess.
He takes a deep breath. Okay, well, here's what we were talking about then. I can't really leave Mammoth by himself, and my only options for babysitters on this island is criminals.
Why would you need
And-
to leave Mammoth by himself?
That's where I was gonna ask you, if you would mind if he just tagged along with us.
I mean, sure, it's not like it's a date or anything. He can come along if he
Yep.
wants. Just an outing between friends.
Yep. I will meet you down here in just a second, okay?
What if it was a date?
Mammoth! You need to shut
See,
your
he
trap
turns
right now.
and looks down at you. And he kind of leans down the massive, nearly 8-foot tall frame, kind of getting down on one knee still isn't small enough to be eye to eye with you. But he gets as close as he can, just goes, "Don't worry about it, little buddy." And he kind of just takes the massive mutt of his hand, just kind of gently pats your head. It looks like he goes to rustling your hair, but realizes he'll probably cause brain damage if he does. Just kind of gently pats you. Goes, "Don't worry about that. It's just two adults having a conversation is all."
But like, is that something that you would like?
You know what? Like I said, I'll be right back. And he rushes up the stairs, and as he does, he grabs the back of Mammoth's shirt and drags it with him.
Are you going somewhere?
No,
I
I
don't
just
know.
need to dust off my boots, and I'll be right back.
Okay. And you run off downstairs? Or do
Wait,
you
I
run
thought we
off
were
to-
already downstairs. I thought you were saying
Oh,
that the guy was going upstairs.
No, Matic walked up the stairs to you guys because he went to go investigate the noise of the closet being boofed. And he was having the conversation on this, like, while on the stairs, not quite going into the library.
I see. So he's gonna
Guys are
go up then, because that's where he's been hiding out. And he's gonna go over to the table that he's been sitting at, that he laid down all the flowers on, and he quickly grabs the flowers and he throws them into one of the aisles of the library to kind of hide it. And then he squats down with Mammoth. Like, Mammoth, you cannot ask him those questions.
Why not?
It's really complicated. I could explain it to you, but you're just gonna be like, Mustang, why are you making it so complicated? It's because it is complicated, son.
Well, what if it wasn't?
I really like that, but your past me had a way of making things really complicated and fucking things up real bad.
Well, that's a good thing that you're not in the past right now, right? So give me those flowers.
No. Just because I'm not who I was doesn't mean that there still ain't consequences to my actions. I did something pretty bad to him, and asking those questions might bring up some unsavory feelings.
What'd you do to him?
I ran away, and I wrote him a letter, and I ran away, and I broke up with him over a letter, and I haven't spoken to him since.
Well, it seems like to me you should start by apologizing to him if you feel like you did something.
Well, of course, that's why I wanted to talk to him tonight. I've learned a lot since we last saw each other, but I don't know. Like I said, it's really complicated.
Well, wouldn't it be better to just know, like, if he does want to go on a date with you?
Yes, that would be lovely, but I don't think we're quite there yet.
Well, that's why
I
I
wish
was
we
going
were.
to ask.
And that's why I'm telling you now. I don't want him to have to answer for you. You can take some of the flowers if you want, but you need to hide them. Okay?
All right.
Are we clear? No funny business?
None at all.
Okay, thank you, son. No, give him an actual ruffle of the hair for standing up to his full height, and he'll grab a singular flower from the bouquet and put it in his bag of holding.
I know one of you fuckers have a bag of holding. You couldn't just put the
It's me.
flowers in there. You
No, no,
can
no, no,
put the bouquet in there. It is big enough. Okay. Also, Mammoth, go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw. Just for the...
Saving throw.
He's gonna mischief all over my game.
26. Okay, you're good.
Okay.
Damn it! I was kind of open for it.
It's as he says, behave. You just get this slightest sensation, the same thing that you got when you were dumping the salt in Duradon's water, and when you were stealing the ice cream from that old man. You just get the same feeling, but it's just kind of push it under. She's not actively forcing you to do it. It was just a reminder that it is still 100% a thing. Just lingering in the back of your mind.
Okay.
Cool. You head back downstairs and out.
He heads back downstairs, and his boots are just as dusty as when he went up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up to Matic.
Sure. So he's just at the bottom of the stairs, just leaning against the wall, waiting for you guys.
I got you this flower. How does this make you feel?
He pulls his hat down over his face.
Mammoth.
That's a very sweet thing to do. Thank you. Takes the flower and kind of you see his outfit. I think, let me go check before I start saying shit. I think he has a pocket. Does he even does you know? He
got a pocket.
does.
I remember drawing that pocket on
He
there.
has a handkerchief pocket. He puts the flower in his little handkerchief pocket. I forgot the fucking name. And he kind of puts it in his uniform. Where did you get that?
The store.
Oh, that's very kind of you. I haven't seen flowers like these grow around here.
Yeah, they remind me of the desert.
Are you a big fan of the desert?
I like the colors of the desert.
Have you been to one?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you a really stupid question here. Has Mammoth been to a desert?
Not at all.
Go ahead and make me a deception check.
Oh God.
Oh, brother.
Insight. It's not great. 21. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
He goes, oh, well, if you ever want to go and see a proper large one, maybe one day I can take you there.
What would you do if I brought Mustang with us?
Go ahead and make me an insight check. Just
Mustang
straight
looks like a
roll
kick
and
puppy.
High. Roll high.
and you got inspiration. as well.
Inspiration.
Yeah. I'm gonna use that. Where did insight? Oh, come on.
9.
Fuck the fates.
Never mind. He goes and looks at Mustang for a second before looking down at you. It seems like you two are very close, and I wouldn't be against him coming along.
Okay, now what if he came and I didn't?
You know, maybe we should start walking.
Are you ready to
I
go?
got this nice place in mind.
Where I don't think you specified where you want to have this chat.
Well, I come through a couple places today, and I've been to the South Beach a few times, and it's kind of nice over there. Mammoth, you've been there too. It was nice, right?
Yeah, we made a horse.
We did make a horse.
All right. It's going to be rather cold out there outside the walls, so if you and he looks down at Mammoth. Are you what form is the glamour in right now? Are you still in your cowboy outfit, or did you switch back?
Uh, I don't know. Have we like? Yeah, I guess I probably would have switched back by now.
To the full pink outfit?
Oh, no, just like,
To your normal clothes?
yeah.
Okay. Um, AC kind of looks down and goes, "Oh, if we're going out on the beach," and he takes off the large blue cloak draped around his back and just kind of rolls up the bottom of it and puts it around Mammoth. I don't
Oh,
think the cold's going to be affecting either one of us, but I don't want you to catch anything, so
Oh, thank
let's
you.
go. And you can definitely what's your passive insight, both of you?
15.
14.
Mammoth, you can definitely tell the vibe and uh feeling of Matic. It's hard to read because he's a warforged. He doesn't have his facial expressions are literally programmed. Um, there is just the said tension in the air, and you could definitely tell it wasn't there when he first arrived. As you begin to head down towards the docks, to where the beach gate is. Where the gate to the southern beaches. And it takes you 15-ish minutes. You head on down. The guards let you through and see Matic with you. Um, and you are trailed by the three guards that were with you before, including Stefan, who
Yes.
they trail a little bit behind you, um, roughly like 50, 60-ish feet, uh, just that you're constantly within eyesight, line of sight with them, excuse me. So it is the weirdest convoy of a warforge, a smoke cowboy, a child, and three common guard walking down a beach in the middle of the evening slash early night. Early nightfall, excuse me, as you begin to head down the cold sand. You see Matic kind of. Well, first off, Mammoth, are you keeping pace with them? Are you walking ahead of them, falling behind? Where are you in
I'm
relation to these guys?
I'm a little bit behind him.
Okay. You can see that Matic kind of glances back at you every now and then with a look you can't really just decipher off of passive insight alone. Um, but you assume it's inquisitive or potentially something of that nature. But as you're walking, Matic kind of. So, did you have anything specific that you wanted to talk about tonight?
Ugh. Oh,
Besides the fact that the child thought this was a date?
I don't know what I might have done that made him think that way. I explicitly told him that, we were going out, but we weren't going out. You know? He chooses not to mention the giant bouquet of flowers that he bought.
It's fine. Children like to be dubious.
He's a dubious one indeed. You've pegged him right. Love that kid.
You two seem close. When did that happen?
A few months ago, not long after I left.
Have you been taking him on your adventures?
I mean, that's how we met. I ran in with this adventuring group, and they were doing a job with Vince, and kind of been stuck with him ever since.
Hmm.
Mm.
Well, how have those months been treating you?
That is an incredibly long and depressing story. But I can say that I've learned a lot from these people and these experiences that I've had. And I would be remiss not to tell you that it does not inspire reflection on my actions.
Mm-hmm. That's what you wanted to talk about? You've been reflecting these past months?
Mm, not particularly. It all feels like it would be a mistake to just prattle off excuses and, oh, this is why I did this and this is why I did that, yada yada yada.
You'd be correct.
Oh, exactly. Only if you wanted to hear it, but I,
Listen, Mustang, we have known each other for a long time. We work together. As much as my older self would hate to admit it, quite well. And you made an impact on my life for the better. I will admit that. But you also left. Left everything. And me behind. So I will be very forward with you because I did resent you at first. I never once thought a letter would bear romantical news, never mind anything of that sort. But like you said, it's been a few months. I have had plenty of time to reflect on myself as well. And I understand if situations don't allow for titles or certain progress in terms of relationships to continue to grow. What I'm trying to say is, I expect nothing from you. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to demand apologies. I'm not going to demand that you have to do anything. It's fine between us. Still care for you. I still want the best for you. Just had to come to terms that I might just not be the person for that, and you might not be ready for anything like that, so don't worry about it. We still had good times together.
Mustang just looks completely baffled, like someone had just shot him in the foot. He's just looking at him with almost horror.
Right?
You're- That that is entirely the opposite of what I have been thinking about this entire time.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. Listen, We've had this conversation before. And every time it gets brought up in the past, you called it an excuse. But I hope in your time of reflection, you can understand. When I was made to solve problems. Grow, to expand, to solve problems for people. Mainly you know who, but I'm presented with something that I don't know how to fix. I think it's best to leave it until I do, or just accept that I can't fix it, or that is nothing that I can do about it. And that's fine.
Matt, that is so not fine. This entire time, I've been thinking about all that I did and who I was and who you are. And the one thing that rang true to me through it all, even when I was as much of a cocksucker as I was, is that you are so much more than a tool. And in that this world that seeks to use you, to wield you, to do all these things that, I just wanted to love you as a person. And I wasn't capable back then. And you're right about that, but it's not a problem that you ever needed to solve.
Listen, as I said, it's fine. I've had time to process. As you said, you have time to reflect. But it doesn't change what happened. You say that I was not just a tool, but you. And he pauses, and you see he stops himself from saying something. I need to go ahead and roll something for Matic real quick.
Oh, whoa.
6. Okay. Say I wasn't a tool just to be used, but that's what it ended up feeling like. You constantly gave me shit. You constantly poked and prodded me and made my life a living hell. And yeah, it made me realize I was a stuck-up piece of shit who only did what he was told. But then when I tried to break out of what I was made to do, when I tried to step into something new, you left. And all I had was a letter to try and explain
Very poorly, why? So you can try and imagine how I would process such a thing when I was put through such a large change. Not even just in a short period of time, but over all of that time. And then when I finally tried to change even further, the person that gave me that chance left. Little to no explanation. So it's not that I don't think any apology you would give wouldn't be heartfelt or sincere. I just don't know that I would be able to accept it right now.
That's fair. And
Plus, it doesn't look like either of us are in the best place for such conversations to take place. As he kind of just gives a slight head nod towards the three guards tailing you on the beach. Which I'm gonna give each of them a chance. Ooh! Stefan's definitely listening in. He rolled high
on
enough
your
on his...
boy.
He's catching a little bits and bobs here. The other two, nope. Ma'am, if you would like to try and listen deeper to the conversation, go ahead and roll me a perception check as well. You have a high passive perception.
Yeah, well,
Wait, you have an 18. Oh, I got it. Yeah, so you pick up the majority of the conversation. You miss out on some bits and pieces when they whisper, but you hear most of everything. You see Matic kind of turns, just kind of looks out over the slightly frozen over ocean. Clearly looking like actually go ahead and make me an insight check, Mustang.
me?
All right.
Mustang. I know two
That's
M's.
a 20.
20? Cool. You catch a glance of his face as he looks away, and you can see. Sorry. You see that he. Again, it's hard to read a Warforge. But what little you can get from him is it looks like not fully that he regretted that statement. Night Jared. It doesn't look like he fully regretted that statement and what he said. But it looks like he isn't fully happy with himself that he said that out loud. So it's not the fact that he didn't believe that it was true, but it's the fact that inner thoughts came out. That it looked like he was trying to hold composure before, but failed to do so. Which stings a little because you know back then the old Matic would never.
I like pneumatic. Mustang, he kind of just he sighs and that's fair. Suppose all I could wait for then is for you to tell me when you are ready, if that day ever comes. My life is it's real different now. It's a lot bigger than it ever was, for lots of almost dying every day, island level threats. Everything and everyone you care for is at risk. sort of thing. But through it all, I know that I'll think about you, and that if ever you'll have me again, even as a friend, if I'm able, I will be there.
We're already friends, Mustang. As I said, I'm not going to cast you out of my life for leaving a letter, but at the same time, you have to understand, You gave me I have found autonomy, and I need to decide what I want to do with it. Unfortunately, it is getting late, and much as I enjoy this conversation, I also had another reason for wanting to talk to you, though.
Oh, do I need to be worried?
He doesn't say anything, but kind of waits for a few seconds, just kind of letting the tone set in. um, I don't know if it's something that immediately concerns you. Too often.
Anything involving you concerns me quite immediately.
Well, it doesn't really directly involve. It involves the Flora Alliance in the slightest. Didn't officially hear this from me, but you remember how Prom Cruise ended, right?
It's something.
We left that job behind for the better.
Yes. Did something happen after I left?
Apparently, not too long after I received your letter, I dug myself into work to keep busy, and something that I found that came across my desk was saying that a fleet had been sighted in its general vicinity, and I thought I was strange, and I did some research into it, and I haven't visited it myself, but apparently, despite the location and its troubles, some new residents have begun to call it home. And not ones that are good for business. I'm trying to find out more about them, but some religious folk going by the new generation. I'm not sure if they're just crazies, cultists, whatever the sort, but they are taking residence around and on the island. And, well, as you can imagine, certain people aren't happy about that, as despite its desolate nature and our previous dealings with it, it is still on a very marketable trade route, and it is apparently held at value despite its past failures. high enough that we are potentially going to be sent out to deal with, or at least attempt a parley with these people. If that fails, then deal with them. I
Wow.
was actually sent here to talk with your council about that.
Oh,
Otherwise, we've never been let on this island in the first place.
all the puzzle pieces are starting to come together. That's damn it. That's just so swell, isn't it? And Mustang is very obviously having a hard time keeping it together.
I know it's probably not something you want to hear, considering your life has
No!
become threat after threat, but I figured I would at least have the decency of informing you in person as to where my whereabouts might be for the next few months.
Months?
It's a long
Okay.
trek over, and I don't know how long negotiations are going to go for, and if it turns into a conflict, well, these are a few thousand people that we are dealing with. They all might not be able to fight, but that doesn't mean that they are going to surrender peacefully.
I'm gonna kick my past self in the balls so hard right now, it's not even funny. Okay, well,
You say that out loud.
yes, he does. Okay. Is this strictly Florida Alliance only, or is there a little Mustang room in this problem, or the kid needs to see a desert?
He turns towards you with a not narrowed look, but just a fully blank look. Like, you know, this is
shit.
legitimately his default setting for when you first met him.
Dancing me.
And you see he goes, I think it would be wise for you to not come along.
Fuck. Okay.
It's
You're the boss.
Well, I'm not.
You're the boss of me. That's for sure.
All I know is that Agni would probably wish for you to not partake.
Well, I got my hands full anyways, I suppose. Wouldn't want to piss off Agni.
Well... May already have.
Anything to him. I did every job he gave me, and I completed it to a T. And I crossed my T's, dotted my I's. What did I do?
Or like what you didn't.
What did I not do?
Well, just around the time that you left, I was getting a new mission that was supposed to be for the both of us. And you were nowhere to be found, and we couldn't locate you, so you both left me and him in the dust.
Oh, I had no idea.
And he is not as forgiving as I am.
Yeah, that's saying something. Oh, yeah. I really screwed the pooch, didn't I?
But nevertheless, that's all. Just wanted to tell you what was going on. Don't have much else to say. I am glad that you at least found some people to help take care of you in the meantime.
I was really hoping that you would have something awful to say to me. Something real nasty. More sour than a old broodmare in spring. But somehow this hurts so much more. And I can only imagine that that's how you must have felt.
You prefer I be mad at you?
Absolutely. I deserve it.
I am.
Oh, that's a relief.
But as I said before, you left while I was in the midst of trying to change to be better. Mainly because of you. And if you weren't willing to try and be a part of that, why should I bear anything further than discontent for a... And you see he, again, is about to say something and stops himself. Unagreeable outcome for me. Anyways. Go down this back and forth all night, unfortunately. I think I might retire early. Perhaps get some stasis.
Rest well then, Maddox. I hope everything goes well on Ruum Cruise. I hope I'll hear from you.
Send updates if I can. Good night. And as he heads off, we are going to go ahead and end our session there. Pick up
I'm dead.
next week. Pick up next week on that juiciness.
Oh boy.
I'm dead. I'm dying. I'm dead. No one gets to be happy with their partners ever.
Ever.
Listen. You did this to yourself.
No, he did.
You gave me the gun and you pointed it at me and said
Yes.
fire. Good soldiers follow
This is
orders.
what I wanted. This is what I wanted. It can't be easy. You gotta work for it.
Fucking
Ugh.
Mammoth made it so much worse.
I know.
I haven't
now
given up.
Never
It-
give
it
up.
was-
Mustang has.
It was the 100%, like, if you didn't call it a date, it would have been received a little bit better, but it was 100% pouring an entire, like, bucket of salt into an open wound, mentioning it over and over again and being like, hey, the person that dumped you, this is a date with them, right? And he was just like, you're a child. The insight check that he rolled, and insight check that you failed, was him being like, okay, this is just a child who doesn't know any better, so I'm not going to get angry at him and I'm not going to make this a thing, but I am also just going to ignore him.
Damn.
You would have gotten a semblance of him ignoring you and trying to move away from that side of the conversation.
I'm dead. I'm so dead. This killed me. I'm dead.
Aw.
I died when fucking Kipley blasted the stone.
I know. I'm
Yeah,
dead,
what the fuck
and
was that?
Tonight, October
You-
4th killed me.
I'm gonna be so real. We need some Kipley love next session, because holy has it been nothing but the sadness train has left the station, and there's been no other routes, no other
So
rails
bad.
to be found. Oh god.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. It's all downhill. And
I like how the party is going for like such dark times. And then there's just like New is big chillin', and then Durdon, even though he lost so much, is mentally in a better place than all of you. It's like,
He was like,
Lost his family. They're
do
in eternal
crime.
servitude. He lost his powers. He lost Herma. The person that he saved is like mocking him, and yet he's just like, "Oh, this is nice." Meanwhile,
Nah.
Kip is just like, "I'm gonna blast the stone that lets me talk to the one person who's trying to help
It's
me right
so
now."
sad.
The fucking Mustangs getting berated for leaving fucking Warforge after changing them, and then Mammoth's being attempting to being a wingman, but failing brutally.
Aww.
All our food is blowing up.
Food.
So I feel
Stop
right now.
blowing up our fucking pancakes. I love that. It was at Arby's, right?
Yes,
I love that commercial.
that's how I feel right now.
Why do our
Everything's
fucking
blowing
meat
up.
keep blowing up?
All our food is blowing up.
Don't even need combat to make you guys stressed. Just bring in
This
romance
is
and there we
worse
go.
than any combat. Watching everything go down with Vincent Kipley, and then everything not being much better with Mustang and Matic. Like, I literally like, oh, I'm gonna sleep so hard tonight because I'm so sad.
Hmm.
I know.
I do want to give a PSA to the group that I will also message to Jared. Is just because of the conversation with the Monarch of Mischief, I do not want you to think that is your only option. Because you have been warned as
Oh.
players of what is coming. So you guys know things that your characters do not, and I know you are not going to metagame that. However, keep in mind as players that I leave options open for everything. Because like I said, same thing with when I was talking about Kipley's deal. Just because fucking Lorndane said that she would save Rictus does not mean that was the only path to saying Rictus. It just decided who and when he was being rescued. In the same sense, you have been given a potential out by leaving the island and fleeing essentially vassalhood and working for the Monarch of Mischief as an option. Does not mean it is the only or the preferred option I am trying to give you. Have to give a reminder.
I feel like we all
Well, we
need
know what
to.
Mammoth's vote is.
Yeah, we are. It's your favorite son, prodigal son.
No,
Bro, I'm
I
over
did.
here fucking cheesing and shit. I'm like, yeah, dude, this bitch loves me so much.
When he was talking about the party, and I was just like, I mean, who would she like the most? Because it's hard because Kipley's
a
chaos
freak.
is like it is similar to Maeve's where it comes in bursts. And there is just like that low level of like constantly willing to do almost anything for almost any reason anytime. But Mammoth is different because you are a child. And she is essentially just told Dirdon, like, hey, children are highly impressionable, and this one is in a group of chaotic beings and also has made a deal with me. I can influence the fuck out of this kid, and he is going to turn out a monster. Like, like he has no parental figures to try and guide him from doing wrong or for causing mayhem. This is this is perfect for me.
My only parental figures are a frog and the Lord of Chaos.
Yeah,
I'm bound to turn out exceptional.
of course. Outstanding citizen who abides by all laws to a
Right.
T. Nothing wrong.
I'm
Nothing
basically a
wrong
paladin.
Yeah. Oath of chaos. That'd be funny. Wow. Well, I do hope that you enjoyed some of the lore bits too, because I'm trying to sneak those in there.
Yeah, there was some
Yeah,
good.
about all the gods. That was crazy.
Yeah, I was figured like this seems like the perfect time considering Dirdon likes to have casual conversation with really powerful and strange entities.
He does.
I mean,
To our
hey, this one was
benefit.
yeah, this one was willing to talk back because he literally gave her the key to freedom. She was like, "Fuck it,
You're my dog.
No, she was like,
dog.
I owe you far more than this, but I know you're not going to ask, so I'll give you an hour of like questions that you have for me. Like if he asked her anything, she would have answered. She wouldn't care.
He's your dog.
Nah, nah, not that far. Not that far. Still very much has some slight resentment for the Sky Swimmer.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm so emotionally devastated. Tonight was crazy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
October 4th, one for the books.
Yeah.
Oh god, I looked down and I saw October 5th and I was like, what?
Oh, sorry. That's just me. That's just me.
Fuck.
My bad. My bad. You know,
1
I'm looking
a.m.
forward to
already.
seeing Duradon confront Kipley. Is it gonna be a blowout? Is he not gonna care because
So,
he's got this new deal lined up? What's gonna happen?
Here's what I'm so interested in as a DM, right? Because we have a lot of people who are on the brink of breaking as characters,
Oh,
and we also have a lot of world events that are creating high stress situations. So, like, you are going to have conversations and talks, whether you like it or not. It just depends on where. Because it's either in a fucking jail cell, on your executioner's block. Like, I'm so excited to see how it turns out. Because the campaign, again, I have like things planned, of course, like down the road as like a basic roadmap. But you guys can really like just kind of I'm gonna be so real with you.
or
You
off-roading.
can really twist it in whatever direction you want to go because there's so many. I have a guess of where you're gonna go, but depending on the conversations between like Kipley and Durdon and the entire group as a whole, gonna change the entire campaign of like whether or not you guys want to be the good guys, the bad guys, if you want to just say fuck it, we ball, or hey, we're gonna casually TPK because we deserve it. It's up to
Because we
you.
deserve it.
Hey, we got some depresso fucking espressos in here, all right, and y'all are drinking them up. So
No, I feel like the only one on suicide watch right now is Kipley.
Oh, yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. The concern for the small bat child. Oh.
That's why I'm so interested in seeing how Duradon's gonna react, because I feel like, you know, it could.
Like, I know why you're doing it, Megan, but you are destroying me. Having to play this tiny little gnomish woman and have someone with no like human responsibilities or conversational skills try and help someone that's as fucked up as Kipley. As a DM, I'm like, man, this is a fucking uphill battle and it's not one we're winning. Like anything, if we don't have conversation, concerning. If we do, it's going to be bad. There's no winning.
Look, the cover, man, Lord, the
Jeez.
fucking bullshit that Lorna Dane is spouting out, all the lies she's telling,
Technically lies.
they're fucking lies.
Not technically lies.
Yeah,
They
I was gonna
are.
say, where'd she lie?
Are you kidding me?
Where was the lie?
Megan just IRL gasped, and I love the mic. Yeah, where's she lie, Megan? I see no fault.
Tell us.
Kipley didn't just.
You Ming. Breathe. Breathe.
Nope. I'm just gonna let it go.
No, it's fine. I mean, she 100% twisted the words a little bit, but she mainly told the truth. Mainly. Just enough that Dirt would believe it.
Hi, Garoba.
I want to be a villain so bad.
Let me tell you,
Ugh.
if there was ever a campaign, because you have in my head, the evil routes that you can go down, there's like 3 easy routes that you can go down as villains right now. And you already know Moniker Mischief, the big one's gonna be introduced, but you already know 2 of them. It's just a matter of thinking whether that's options you want to consider. Well, I'm not gonna spell that. I want you to get that conclusion yourselves. So let me tell
I'm
you,
gonna shit my dick.
who is good and who is bad in this campaign is very morally ambiguous. And I say the dark side, that is mainly just turning away from Paradise
From the
Peak.
patriarchy.
Yeah, that's mainly just kind of going out on your own and trying to find who you are willing to follow and or fucking what you're willing to do.
Jesus Christ.
But yeah, I'm glad that we at least were able to move forward a little bit.
The only thing forward
inches.
is my cortisol level.
You just say inches?
Yeah.
2 inches.
I think it was more than 2. I think that
No.
was at least 4, maybe 5.
We moved like 2 hours forward in time.
No, we moved to the end of the day. I'm not talking about in-game time because I didn't want to move past today because next time we're gonna start off with Brian's character because this wasn't supposed to be so dirt on focused tonight. It was supposed to be like a news introduction, a proper introduction to the party, but events of course stopped that part, so I improvised.
I need the party back together
What
ASAP. I'm tired of us all
party?
being split up.
There's no party left. I love that part where Jared's like, oh yeah, no, bring Maeve back. That'll fix everything. Damn well knowing that Maeve is so much
Maeve
worse
is
than the
cooked,
party.
dude.
Man,
Maeve is so cooked.
It's so
the
bad.
recap you wrote literally made me think, oh my god, Mavis the BBEG now.
Oh my god, that'd be crazy.
No.
I think Mammoth is gonna have competition for who her favorite Chaos Bringer child is.
It's me.
There is a potential that Maeve turns evil, 100%. But BBEG, an antagonist, maybe. Depends on what Jared's willing to do.
Oh,
Oh man.
I just need everyone to meet up again. I need some inter-party conflict because that is en route. I feel it.
You have too many outside conflicts and you just want to merge them together.
Well, I mean, either Duradon's going to be pissed at Kipley, and so much so that it's just not going to be good, or he's going to be totally resigned. Either way, I feel like Kipley might have a reaction to that. And Mustang, he's going to flip his lid.
I think Duradon's feelings are portrayed pretty well tonight, and the fact that he's not mad, he's disappointed.
Oh god, that's even worse.
It is the father figure thing of like, okay, you fucked this up. I am going to fix this for you so I can be done with you. That is 100%. I think what Jared laid down tonight was the fact that if this had gone differently, he would have potentially been down to run him a little bit longer. Duradon's coming to his end. Yeah, the fact that he was straight up like, I am sick of this party, even though I like them. I was
So real for that.
I was holding back laughter, dude. I was like, that is the realest shit that you can say.
He's so real for that, and I respect it.
Yeah, we do need to have the Kipley Duradon conversation though.
My
That does need to come out.
hurts.
My heart will go on.
It hurts.
And that moment when all of our choices have consequences.
I told
You
you.
be both.
I told
You
you.
be
to-
both.
Bad because
I told
my
you, like-
consequences are on Mustang.
It is funny. No, Mammoth doesn't really have a lot of consequences. You make consequences for other people. But
Cock block me, bro. What the hell?
Hey, man. Not for lack of trying.
I told you
Yes.
consequences would be coming. I told you they were on their way.
Yeah, but I
You're
didn't want to believe
here.
it.
I need to go crawl into like my consequence-free play-by-post hole where nothing bad happens ever. Everyone just does sillies with each other all the time.
Oh, I'm so far behind on that. Ay. I fell
You
off.
haven't missed much. We've just gone. Xander's missing, and we're going back down